that investment at the outset and say, okay, why don't you just build like 10, 20 gigawatts on my land without having first done a proper survey of, I think, the grid, the reliability, whether they have even the proper regulatory framework in place, right? And I find this to be a bit of a pity because unlike some countries where perhaps you're at the start of the wave and much like if we draw lessons from the past when data protection was nascent, when cybersecurity was nascent, of course it's quite difficult for the first country coming up with those regulations to do something that's fit for purpose because they're doing it for the first time. But once you are like fifth or sixth in the line, you can then look to the previous country before you see what lessons there are to be learned and act appropriately, right? And it's much easier then to leapfrog the painful process, I think, of getting regulations that aren't quite fit for the age. And I think the same for data centers, right? I think for Asia, we have that unique opportunity at this point of time. There's a lot of growth. But similarly, the governments will need to take a look at just lessons learned from the rest of the region, the regulatory frameworks that are already in place. And of course, you would see grid reliability being a big thing, whether there's water scarcity, right? Those things I think have to be properly planned before investment comes in, which I think would go towards alleviating a lot of the concerns that the communities have as well. So it really is a bit of that public-private partnership that we need in order for governments and industries to come together to understand how best to do this.
Thank you. I'm going to move us on to our next topic, which we've touched on a little bit already, but we've seen community resistance becoming a major obstacle in data center development in part of the US. I think everyone's aware of that. And we're beginning to see similar pressures emerge in markets such as Australia and Japan for the APAC region. What can the industry do now to avoid heading down the same path as the US? And I'll start with Zul on this one.
Sorry, thank you. Just going to build upon what Jack and Belinda have spoken about, so as we've touched on the second question. So what's happened in the US is really a preview, not a warning label. And, APAC has an opportunity to do this differently and right, but the window is fast closing, right? So the US era of asking for forgiveness and seeking permission, that really backfired against them. And, really the industry really needs to shift its view on this issue, right? Social license to operate is not a PR exercise anymore. It's really a core development issue, globally, and we're seeing that as you mentioned. And we are seeing early signs of this in APAC. So, Australia, Japan, Korea, and Malaysia. So, there's some examples in Australia, in Perth, a DC developer had to withdraw a development proposal because of community backlash in the
it wasn't community backlash. I think this is part of the problem, right? So this just creates the myth that the project was assessed on the basis that every generator would be running at once. And so noise was so they withdrew it on that basis, not the community backlash. The community claimed victory, but I think, again, this is why it's really important that we don't just believe kind of what's put out there in the media, because that to me is, okay, this is how you stop a data center. Get the community to rise up. That's not the reason the application was withdrawn. It was because of the noise. They couldn't meet the noise requirement because it was being measured against every generator running at once, which has never had to happen in Australia because we have a pretty stable grid. So there's also
Which comes back to the point, I think governments, local governments don't understand data centers, right? So that's the point. And I guess it's a point about misinformation that was being reported out. So this is from a credible source. So it's misinformation. So I totally agree with you, and that's my mistake. What I've read, and it's a credible source, it wasn't from Reddit or anything like that. And what it says is that it's community backlash. But thank you for pointing it out. All generators running it at a point in time, it's probably not really what's really happening. So yeah, thank you.
I think there's a bit of column A and column B here. So it's true that the application of that data center was essentially assessed against an unrealistic scenario. The question though was whether that unrealistic scenario was put in place by the council as a proxy for responding to community concerns, because the community concerns were very, very significant in that place as well. So I think in some cases we have to think about, kind of what sort of proxy measures different people put in place in order to generate a particular outcome. And in that case, it is absolutely true. The community did claim that they have shut down that data center and they don't want any other data centers in that community. And that kind of a sense of victory generates its own momentum.
I'd just make a comment on that I think site selection is going to become an increasingly important part of what we do. And we talk in Australia, you can only build data centres on industrial zoned land. That's really important, but sometimes industrial land borders residential land, and that's where you probably see more of these hyper-local concerns. So I think, one of the things we talk about is we've always had to do some sort of community consultation to get approvals through. But no one really cared. When data centres were smaller, when there were fewer of them, there was less objection. And I think that's what's changing. There's going to need to be more community consultation, and we're going to need to think more carefully about where we build, because I think the more of data centre applications that get stopped, withdrawn for whatever reasons, we're going to see more of an uprising of trying to stop it. And so I think, where you choose to build will increasingly be important.
Yes. No, sorry, just finishing up some of the examples. I think like a key one in South Korea is, 17 out of 33 DC applications experienced delays, and that was in last year. And in Malaysia, the first public-wide protest in the state of Johor around water, dust, and noise. I think the key issue is all very valid points that we all raised. I think it's the big mistake here is the engagement is too late, right? By the time it gets to permitting, the community already has concerns. Really the right approach is to engage early, and really, if you treat this as a soft issue, it will become your hardest constraint. And just sharing from some of the best practices that I've seen, and we work with many clients globally, and the clients that take site selection in the due diligence process, and I was sharing with Jeff, you see varying levels of maturity from an operator, developer. The ones that take it seriously in the site selection, we are doing stakeholder mapping, engagement, community consultation, because really it's about transparency equals to trust, right? And the lack of that's when people protest. There's a lot of backlash. So when people don't know what's happening, it doesn't help. There's a lot of miscommunication, about power, about water, but some of it's valid. Let's put it. So we just gotta educate. Which back to Jack's point, it's about educating the public, and I think at the site level is very, very important. Site level engagement, it's critical for anybody's data centers development. Thank you.
I think I'll support that wholeheartedly, right? I think, again, going back to the education piece, it's not a unique problem, data centers. I think you will probably see the same when substations were first built, and people were saying, why are you building a substation next to me, and all the electromagnetic waves and all that kind of stuff. But now, if you fast forward 10, 20 years, no one is going to say that, hey, you shouldn't have substations, you shouldn't have oil and gas facilities. It's just where you place them, and ultimately, if the industry as well as the community come together to understand the benefits of data centers, similar to the rest of these critical facilities that we need in order for the economy to function, then I think some of these issues will be resolved quite naturally.
I'm hoping you're right. The reason I'm saying that is I used to work for the largest telco in Australia, and it is incredible the amount of times you have a conversation with a person who in the same breath are complaining about weak mobile data signal and about the need for a tower to pop up in their neighborhood. So people sometimes are really good at kind of compartmentalizing, the cause and effect, and they want the effect without the cause.
Makes sense to me, and that's also where I guess the boldness as well as agility of a government comes into play, right? Because you clearly do need these facilities to be present in any country. Otherwise, as you say, even something as simple as a mobile signal, and now I think I'll add even availability of cloud services, which is of course rampant, and you need it for everyday life. And now even, I think if you log into a AI system and you find it to be a bit slow, you'll probably complain about that as well. So all of these are really just symptoms of what you need as a backbone for infrastructure and what every country kind of needs. But yes, I mean, the education piece is a difficult one.
Clearly apparent that we need to do more education when it comes to communities, and I'm sure the industry is trying to come together to address that. I think there's also an importance of the industry and the government working together. And is the industry doing enough to engage policy makers as a common voice at the moment? And I'll start with Chris on that one.
I think, we're trying. But we're at the I've been doing this 30 years now, so we haven't wholly engaged with government except to get our projects across the line, probably in the last 5 to 10 years in a meaningful way, consistently, across the industry. But the situation as it is today, and we've been talking about everybody's talked about the example from the U.S. or different projects getting stalled. The reality is that we do need that engagement, right? And you need to be able to, one, when you're engaging with the government, you got to understand who they represent, right? It's not, we don't always have the same goals, right? They've got their constituents and voters and the public that they've got to answer to in many regards. They're voted in, and so you've got to understand kind of their motivation from that perspective, and it is about engaging early. It is about the transparency. But the last bit that I think that I haven't heard yet, except at least explicitly, that when you're out there building trust, right, one of the things just even at an individual or one-to-one or one-to-many is the aspect of consistency of the communication, right? And I don't think as an industry we've done the best of being consistent, right? For most of the last 20, 30 years, we've been very private about our projects. The use of code names, the use of shell companies, the use of lots of things to hide what we do. So what do you expect? And the scale of operations is such that you can't ignore it. A 60 megawatt site, which is still small in today's example, is nothing close to what we used to build was 10 megawatts, right? And so I think we've got to do a much better job of that, consistently engaging the government across different levels. And you mentioned the Australian example where it's both a federal and a state. And that trend is definitely across every market we operate, right? Down to the hyper-local, right? That aspect of, at the end of the day, if you're not communicating with the community engagement and you're not doing it early in the process, you have a high probability your project will get killed today. And I mean, it's out there in the public, and you've got to realize this. I mean, it hit home the other day to me. I was, I'm sorry, I'm gonna. It does prove the point though. So I was talking with a real estate broker back in the U.S. about something for my son. He's going to school, right? And you get the natural thing. You're doing the chit chat, and back and forth. What do you do for a living? Oh, I do data centers, right? And forever, the last 30 years, the next thing would be like, what's that? What do you have to explain? What changed it to me and flipped it is the change of look on his face. He knew exactly what a data, or he thinks he knows what a data center is.
Oh, now you're a bad guy.
Now I was the villain. And you could see it, just that emotional response that we talked about before. And this is just a random kind of thing that had nothing to do about my day job. It was just me like looking for some apartments for my son. And that is, we've got a major industry perception because we haven't done the communication. And I think things like the industry associations that we're working with and engaging play a role in that. But I think the other thing, the last point I'd like to make is that from an industry perspective, I'd like to see more of a consistent engagement across the entire ecosystem, because I still think that there's, the operators do their thing, the consultants and the vendors do their thing, the manufacturers do their thing, and then the end users are out there sometimes doing their own thing. And we're not always coordinating for the wider industry. And I think a lot of the industry associations that have come up in the past several years is a great solution to that, because it does provide a forum for a single voice back to the public.
Can I add to that, Chris?
But hold on. So just let me finish. but I think that's very important in terms of like being able to provide consistency, because I think when it's a very fundamental element of trust is that you got to be transparent, and you've got to be educating and engaging, but you got to have that consistency, because as soon as somebody isn't consistent, the trust is out the window, and I think that's something that's been missing overall. So anyways, sorry, Belinda, I just wanted to make
passionate. I hear. I just want to add to that, it's not just consistency, right? There is also a requirement of the industry to work together, and in my 6 months of doing this role, I see too much of the finger pointing. We're good, we do this, but it's them, and I don't think the public is differentiating between data center providers. I think the whole industry has to lift its game and work together, and that competitiveness that maybe has been okay for the last 20 years just won't cut it now. So my call to action is that we all be better, and we don't play the competitive game in that public space and that regulatory space.
And build on what Chris was saying, I think there is a very strong need for consistency. The challenge in achieving consistency is the nature of both the stakeholders, and Chris, you mentioned so many of them. You forgot the investors and the bankers and all that stuff, which adds another layer of complexity. But also the stakeholders that we're interacting with. So when we, Audrey, going back to your original question, we are talking about engaging with the government. Government is not a single entity. You deal with the kind of treasury and finance portfolios, and they care about investment. You deal with the workforce, employment, and skills portfolios. They care about unions and about people keeping their jobs. You deal with the energy portfolios. They care about what it means for the energy transition and decarbonization. You deal with the climate change portfolios. They think about emissions and everything else. And each of these parts of government, they have ministers, they have strong stakeholders, they have agencies, departments, bureaucrats, and so on. And sometimes they try to kind of jostle among themselves to kind of get the sense of who's got the supremacy or who's got the primacy of the policy agenda. We are now, for example, in Australia, in this really fascinating space where data centers are being asked, first of all, make sure that all the energy you're using is renewable. Okay, tick. Secondly, let's make sure that the energy that you're using that is renewable is time matched to your consumption, preferably by 5 minutes increment, because that's the way that the national energy market works. Question mark. Thirdly, if you get to that, they go, well, but you shouldn't be using any renewable energy that is already in the system, so you should create additional generation into the system, time matched, renewable, etc. Once you get to that, then the bar raises next level, and they go, oh, and by the way, if we ever need energy in any other part of the energy sector, remember all that either 98% of the sector that is not used by data center sector, you, data centers, should be able to give that up and give it to other parts of the sector. So the bar continues to raise. And you can't really claim a win, right? You can't, even if you do the right thing, it's always okay, but all right, you got to here, but the bar, the benchmark and the stake has moved to the next level and the next level and the next level, and that's just one example in the energy space. I can keep going.
Thank you very much. We are coming to time with this session, so I'm going to ask you guys a closing question, and I'm looking for a quick answer there. Looking ahead, what is the one change or industry action that would make the biggest difference to unlock APAC next phase of growth? I'll start with Belinda.
I think it's alignment, working together, rebutting the myths, telling our story better.
We'll go down the line. Jack?
I think is winning the hearts and minds of the public. If the hearts and minds of the public are not on this, the rest of it will kind of come apart.
I would say looking left of the process, so early engagement.
I think it is that engagement across the board, and it's a consistent view that we've got to give back to the public.
For me, integrated approvals with mandatory early stakeholder community engagement as compulsory as part of the approval process.
Perfect. That concludes our session. Thank you very much, Belinda, Jack, Jeff, Chris, and Zor, for your time today, and thank you for the audience for listening.
Such a weird experience.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the main stage. My name is Charlotte Truman. I am the Compute Storage and Networking Editor at DCD, and I'm very excited to be joined by a panel of experts for this session from Grid to Chip, Building Resilient Power Ecosystems in Constrained Environments. I'm going to let the panel introduce themselves, and we'll start with Matt.
Hi, I am Matt Gurr from NTT Global Data Centers. I'm the head of design for APAC, so responsible for delivery of the designs that we're pushing out across mainly Singapore, Thailand, Indonesia, and Malaysia.
I am Dave Martin, Vice President of Product and Design with AirTrunk. So at AirTrunk, we're an owner-operator of hyperscale data centers, concentrating on cloud and AI markets. We're in Australia, Singapore, Malaysia, Japan, India, Middle East, and yeah, looking forward to the conversation.
Hi everyone, I'm Kevin Miller. I am the APAC Data Center Director for Black and White Engineering. We are a specialist data center engineering company. We only design data centers globally. We've got about 700 people in the region. I sit in our Melbourne office and lead the APAC region.
Good morning, everybody. How are you doing? I hope everybody's enjoying Bali. My name is Jay Rambukpata. I am with Mitsubishi Heavy Industries. I support the energy systems for global data centers. Just imagine, guys, we are in an inflection point that we have never seen before, right? I've been around for a while. I've gone through the dot-com boom, the SaaS models, you name it, virtualization, and right now, the AI boom. It's an amazing time for us. But the number one issue for us is energy and power. So I'm here with Mitsubishi Heavy Industries to support the energy infrastructure that's required for the AI boom.
Perfect. Thank you, guys. So I guess a good place to start, perhaps, is looking at the current state of play in the APAC market regarding energy supply and grid constraints. Where are we now? What's the landscape looking like? What's the story at the moment? Jay, do you want to come in on that?
Thanks for that. You know, let's look at that, zoom in on Asia Pacific and especially ASEAN, right? This is the most hottest region, I would imagine. Soon after the US, it's growing rapidly. Definitely the gigabyte scale AI data center requirements are coming into this region. But where are we today? There are lots of disparities in the infrastructures that we have. The grid is not yet ready. There's inefficiencies in silos in the infrastructure for IT. So there are the markets within ASEAN, which is the matured markets like Singapore, where you don't have the necessary land, as well as they may be more focused on decarbonization and bringing efficiencies into their current assets. Whereas if you look at Malaysia and Indonesia, there are the areas there where we can still develop on the grid itself and support it. So ASEAN is in a prime situation for growth in data centers, and at the same time, whole of Asia Pacific, I think, or ASEAN, the PUE is about 1.5. So that means for 1 kilowatt of compute, you need to have 0.5 kilowatt of hardware or other infrastructure. That is a huge gap that we have, and there's opportunity to develop in that area as well. The other point, I'm sorry, I'm taking some time on this, is fragmented and siloed infrastructure. So the data centers in the past was built for not this kind of AI demand. So there are the cooling solutions, the power generations, power distribution. They're all working in silos. So we have a great opportunity to bring that all together as hybrid, integrated, industrialized solutions. So I think that's where we are today.
How about the rest of you in the regions you're based in? What are you seeing there?
So I think that APAC is probably 5 different problems wearing the same name badge in terms of power, right? Every individual sub-region is different. So when Australia it's got the supply, it's in the middle of a messy kind of energy transition at the moment. I think coal exited a lot quicker than some people expected in Australia, but renewable is picking up that slack. I think the challenge in Australia is supply. It's getting the electrons to where you need it to be, as opposed to the generation. Singapore, as Jay said, that kind of hit the wall early. Right? They did a very good job, but the moratorium was a problem for operators. But I think it's a lesson in what managed transition and managed supply can look like. And then you've got Southeast Asia, the Malaysias, the Indonesias, these sorts of places, massive coal baseline. Then power quality becomes the issue there. And then we've got connection queues that are causing big issues, right? So just because you apply for 50 megawatts, you don't always get that 50 megawatts, or you might be curtailed. So what happens? You go and apply for 70 when you want 50. And that generates its own problems because the grid is provisioning 70 then, but not giving that out. So yeah, there's all sorts of issues across the board.
Yeah, I agree with what Jay and Kevin said. I mean, there's a patchwork of different regions within Asia Pacific, and actually all going through the same issues in terms of power constraints, but just at different stages of the life cycle. In Australia, one of the things, in addition to what Kevin said about the limitations on grid power, I mean, there is plenty of power available. There's a surplus of power, but often the question is how fast can power get to the point of use, and how usable is it when it gets there. There's a lot of things that slow it down in Australia, regulations, application timelines, whether it's for power or just for planning. So there's a number of things that have to happen in order to get the power from the point of generation to the node. And then also in Australia, it's a mature market now, and it's a busy market in terms of power applications and power requirements. So what we're seeing is new requirements in terms of connection agreements, how we deal with step loads, and also the power quality issue. So there's a lot of new requirements being put on operators in the first place. So lots of challenges in order in slowing down getting the power from the generation point to the node.
So if I look at what's happened over the last 12 to 18 months, we've gone through a massive inflection in the industry. So if you look back 18 months ago, we were talking 100 megawatts, 200 megawatts. That was kind of a big facility. Suddenly, in the last 12 months, it's the term gigawatt scale has just appeared. Everyone is talking about gigawatt scale sites, gigawatt scale campuses. So we've literally gone through an exponential growth in 12 months on expectations of what's out there in the market. Now that's going to cause us huge problems because we've got an infrastructure system that's set out there which takes 5-6 years of investment for major booms and major increases in power. That's going to cause us huge issues. So the other thing that's come out in the last 12 months for a lot of people is the term of bridging power. So everybody's talking about how are we going to get these facilities up and running. We have clients on one side who want to be up and running and operating with gigawatt scale campuses in 12 to 18 months, which normally you'd say is a very unrealistic expectation. But what's actually happening is we're looking at what's our quickest pathway to grid, and that's probably at least 3 to 4 years away in most cases. So how do we bridge that gap? So we're looking at gas solutions, we're looking at BESS solutions, we're looking at fuel cells and other options around there. How do we get power to the site to liven up our customers as quickly as possible? And we're talking gigawatt scale as well. So massive, massive increases in expectations and a huge decrease in the amount of time we have to do that.
Matt, you kind of touched upon it a bit there, but looking in kind of the near future, I guess, I know you just said 3 to 4 years, right? But do you think things will start to improve, or is this kind of, we in this for the long haul at the moment?
So I think if we actually look at some of the things that are happening in the industry, particularly around the power industry, we're actually seeing a pushback. So take Malaysia. Malaysia's a fabulous example. In Johor at the moment, I saw a really good chart that came out of TMB recently, which they had something like 2 gigawatts worth of applications sitting in their system, where people were coming in and saying, this is how much power we need, how much power we want. And then they had the next drop down, which was the number of people who had actually signed an agreement with them, and it dropped down to 800 megawatts. And then when they actually looked at the number of people that actually connected, dropped down to about 200 megawatts. And the amount of power that was actually used dropped down to less than 100 megawatts. And it was like this huge ramp and drop off. So all of those power providers are looking at the issues where the industry is coming to them, asking them for huge amounts of power, but we're struggling to give them certainty around the load ramp. So they're making commitments, and they're starting to change their policies to push back against this one. So you'll hear a lot of people talking at the moment about use it or lose it. I don't think that's the case. I think what we're actually going to see is use it. or to pay for it regardless. So you're going to end up having a hit on the power bills for what you say you want to use, and you'll have to pay for that one, whether or not you've got a client using it and whether you're using that power or not. And that's sweeping through Johor at the moment and through Malaysia, and I think we'll see that start to appear in other locations as well. So as Kevin said, it's very much different country by country, but I think you'll see, particularly for APAC, you'll see Singapore and Australia leading. And then the other locations will flow on and flow through pretty quickly afterwards as they start to see what's happening in the other regions. So Malaysia and Johor, usually within about sort of 6 months of Singapore, they're in pretty close lockstep. Things like Thailand and Indonesia a little bit further behind, but at the moment still a little more permissive in what's happening, but again, coming along pretty fast after.
So is energy supply or poor infrastructure the biggest kind of challenge or biggest concern right now? To Matt or to anyone?
I've been talking. Someone else want to have a crack?
Again, I think it depends on where you are, right? In certain markets, you have got the generation there. Whether or not it is resilient enough, and you know, so take Australia for example, right? We've got loads and loads of renewable energy generation coming online. That isn't enough for data centers. You need dispatchability, so how quickly can you turn it on, and you need firmness. How long will it stay on for? And inherently, renewables are bad at both of those things. So you need that co-located best infrastructure. You need the batteries. You need that sort of stuff to come online as well. It's not there yet. It simply is not there yet. And I say in other areas, you've got power quality issues, big power quality issues. So data centers in Indonesia are having to do such clever stuff their side of a meter, which in Sydney we don't even have to think about, right? Just to alleviate that quality concern. But everywhere has got a supply issue in terms of getting the electrons to your site, and some places have got generation issues.
I think the issue we got to reframe the conversation and think differently. We can't think of ourselves as power users, consumers. There's got to be a coming together and a partnership between the users, the generation companies, the renewables, grid, government, and even community. So it's not a simple answer to say is it the generation or is it the grid? We know there's constraints in getting power from the generation point to the node, but the solution isn't any one answer. I think there's a number of stakeholders that need to come together, and I think as data center operators, we've got to understand that. We've got to engage with the utility companies, we've got to engage with government, and we've got to engage with the community. Otherwise, we're just going to be seen as a consumer of huge amounts of power and all of the bad press that's happening these days. So that's a real issue.
If you hit the nail on the head here, it's really critical that looking at the backlash in the US, that's definitely going to come into the Asia-Pacific region as well. So communication within the communities is critical. So what's happening right now, it's a demand for power. And the problem is the data center operators do not know how it's going to scale to the next level. I'll give you an example. Today, a data center hall will be 8 megawatts, will go up to 10 megawatts, but you don't know what's going to happen beyond that. So how are we going to scale the power? How are we going to go to the utilities behind the meter power in order to support that necessary power for that scalability? So that kind of communication with the communities is important. The other thing is also sustainability, right? How are we going to use the current assets in a sustainable manner in order to scale and grow to that gigawatt opportunity? So I think we are talking about the same thing here, all of us, and understanding that gigawatt level scale AI demand is coming into the region. How are we going to scale to that? The governments, the communities, the utilities, behind the power vendors, we all have to come together as one ecosystem partner model.
I think we've touched on something which is going to be absolutely critical in the next 12 to 18 months, which is community engagement. So as you're rightly saying on there, we're seeing what is going to happen to us in the US right now. It's the communities are getting organized. They're starting to push back. We're getting grassroots organizations coming in. There's a paradox between support for data centers at a sort of a national level and at a local level. There's a huge gap between there and a disparity. And we're starting to see things pop up everywhere about sort of really pushing back. So I think what we need to take away as a lesson as an industry is that we normally look at everything this as competitors. We're all in business, we're all out to make profit, we're all out to maximize our own gains. But I think when it comes to community engagement, we're at very real risk. If we don't come together as a broader industry, we're at very real risk of losing our social license. And as soon as that happens, then we're in massive trouble. If you look at, Australia is a great example. There's no social license for nuclear power. And you go to other locations, there's a lot of good things to be said about it, but there's no social license for it, so it won't happen in Australia. So, and if we lose social license in that way, we'll end up with moratoriums, we'll end up with blocked countries where we can't go into, we'll end up with huge restrictions on the amount of power we can use and we can grow with, and it'll impact, and we'll get local grassroots opposition to every application that we put in for it. We'll get pushback on every site, every location. It won't matter if it's an industrial zone. There'll be somebody nearby who's moved in as a residential, and they'll push back. That'll happen. That'll hit the councils. It'll work its way up to state. We'll see changes in the political landscape. And people will start to push back because it's a popular thing to be anti-data center. We've kind of skated under the radar for a long while. Now is the time for us to come together as an industry, step up, join together and make sure we're all in lockstep and address community engagement and make it very clear what we're actually providing to them as a community benefit. If we don't do that, then I think we're really going to be in trouble.
You're looking at me.
You look like you had something to say, but
I must stop making eye contact. I think that the rhetoric which we use, right, the whole data centers power digital infrastructure, it sounds great and very moral and noble, but if you've got some guy living in Western Sydney whose power bill's just gone up, it's going to land pretty flat, I think. So yes, you're right, we do need to find a better angle than just empowering the future of AI.
I think also, the community has a right to ask questions. So it shouldn't be an us or them thing. I think there's an education piece. Everything. We're only building data centers in response to the demand for growth and digital infrastructure and AI and so on. But I think there's a real education piece. Everything is just boomed so fast in less than a year in terms of AI growth. And I think we just need to bring everybody on the journey, as well as learn a lot of stuff ourselves.
Absolutely. Kevin, not to pick on you again, but you did mention it already, renewable energy, right? It's kind of part of this conversation. What role does it have to play? Is it a tool for solving this? Is it part of kind of the larger picture? Or, as you kind of said, it's not actually where people perhaps think it is, or is not the solution people perhaps think it is at the moment?
And I think the easy, obvious answer is renewables will solve it, right? And I think that is both true in the long run and genuinely misleading in the short term, right? It makes things worse if you haven't got that ability to be able to provide that dispatchable firm power, I think. Australia is world leading in that. We've got some of the best solar irradiance in the world. We've got great PPAs, we've got great 24/7 carbon-free energy matching, all of that good stuff, right? But it's not there yet. And Southeast Asia is probably even further behind in a lot of cases. Coal is still that base load. It'd be interesting to see what my operator friends here are thinking, but in my experience, even with the best of intentions, you're constrained by what the local market will let you provide, right? You can go into this with renewables ambitions, but can you actually provide?
It begs me to continue on your point. Yeah, absolutely right. There's a lot of expectation that renewables is going to solve the problem in grids or the data centers. That's not going to happen. Today, lots of diesel is being used for on-site generation, and that's not a greenhouse emission friendly solution. You mentioned about coal. Getting in there to biomass is important. Moving from gas to hydrogen is important. Asia Pacific has a tremendous opportunity to leverage on the current assets, which are not renewable assets, and then use them, retrofitting them into renewable assets and developing on that. Something very interesting is happening in this part of the region, and I will take an example of Japan. And actually it resonates to some of the other countries in the world as well. There's a renewable energy called OTEC, which is Ocean Thermal Energy Conversion. This is actually tapping into deep seawater cooled energy and converting the seawater into actual energy that you can provide back to the grid. These kind of energy solutions are now being used in this part of the region. And what's phenomenally interesting, it sits in this layer within Asia Pacific where the cold temperatures of the seawater can be utilized for this. So in Japan, they use for eco culture where they do shrimps, prawns out of this energy. They do other seaweeds and stuff, but there's so much of energy that you can push back into the grid from there that can be utilized back in the data centers as well. That's just one example. So renewables had to be looked at in multiple ways and move on from where we have today, infrastructure, and try to retrofit that into sustainable infrastructure.
I think renewables are really important. But as Cameron said, it's only part of the problem or part of the solution. So for every megawatt of power that you need at your data center, you're going to need 4 megawatts of renewables. Given that sun's not always shining and the wind's not always blowing, but then you still have to get it as firm power to the node, to the data center. And renewables aren't very good at doing that, but they're certainly part of the solution. And there's an opportunity for data center operators to help feed into the renewable growth within places like Australia and others. So it's certainly there's a role for it, but it shouldn't be seen as a silver bullet because of all of the other things that are needed to deal with, getting that firm power at the source.
And is part of the challenge as well that depending where you are in the region, again, we've said kind of APAC is so big, right? Made up of so many different different regions. That attitudes and approaches to renewable change depending on where you are, and that is again part of this challenge.
So if you look at what's happening around the region, I mean the beacon on this one is obviously Singapore. With what's happening with CFA2, everything is structured around renewable energy and finding ways to reduce energy impact. Now, Singapore has the benefit of being able to restrict things very, very tightly, and it's only releasing a small amount of power. It's around sort of 200 megawatts, which in the scale of what we're talking about now, for us and I'm guessing for you guys, everything we're talking about now is a gigawatt campus everywhere. So 200 megawatts is really not a lot, and that's split between multiple people. But the message is there's a very strong theme of renewable energy, a very strong theme of sustainability, and they're looking and they're doing a lot of different things on there for test beds. There's a lot of encouragement to partner up with other industries in there for seawater cooling, for district cooling plants, for local generation, LNG production and cooling from the LNG process. So they're really pushing that hard, and they've got the ability, because everything is so close together, they can really drive that well. So I think the expectation there is that we'll start to see, as I said, we'll see some of that flowing out from Singapore into other locations and other regions. There will be localization required for a lot of them, and Australia is a very, very different market to Singapore. But I think we'll start to see a lot of that sort of community objection driving the need for some of this renewable energy coming into facilities, and moving beyond potentially just the principal power agreements and things, and having remote energy just feeding into the grid and offsetting our usage. I think we'll see more need again to start addressing on-site renewables as well, which will push us out to some of the more remote sites. And again, we're starting to look at sites of sort of gigawatt scale campuses, which are going to be remote from a lot of the population centres, closer to where the energy is generated, and with the potential to be close coupled and be potentially behind the meter with a lot of that renewable energy as well, but still with that grid connection. So I think that's another shift that's probably within the next 2 or 3 years, and we'll see. But that's that sort of major campus style.
And again, it's something we've touched upon already earlier in this conversation, but what about on-site power generation? Is that more of a long-term solution, more of a viable long-term solution? Is that something you're seeing, or no, behind the meter is very popular?
So I'm going to take on that and pass it on to you, Matt, because this is closer to heart. Sorry about that, guys. This is absolutely. I mean, we had to bridge the gap, right? Bridge power is important. We can't scale to the demand at the moment. How much development you do on the grid, you can't scale to the demand that's coming into this region. You're talking about gigawatt space. So modularized, containerized modules coming as closer to where the workload is critical. So now what you can do is you had to have an orchestration model through your AI controls to see where your training modules are and where the inferencing modules are, and bring the necessary power to those locations on a modulated way. So on-site power generation is critical, but it doesn't mean that you have to throw away the hardware after the use and when the grid is ready. You can use that as backup power, or you can use gas turbines in modular fashion. And once the grid is ready and the grid power comes to the data center, you can mobilize these units into other locations. So there are some ways of looking at the modularity concept, but it's a way to go and it's a bridge power. At the same time, I think that's going to help economies to scale fast, and for expectation from the large hyperscalers, colos, and so on, we can support that as an interim solution. So I agree with that, and just a bit of a picture, Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, we do the best in modularity solutions. Thank you. Bit of marketing topic. Sorry about
that. So I think there's two streams to this question. One is the bridging power is either going to be a short-term solution until we can get the grid online, and then we do business as usual. In which case, whatever the bridging solution is, a modular solution that we can pick up, transport, move somewhere else once we've gone through the 2 or 3 years or whatever we need to get the grid up and connected. And then we move that onto a different site and we reuse, relocate, and it becomes a continuous cycle of moving that bridging power around. And we use part of the site, provide the early stage power, move it on, and then once the grid's available, we move on to the next building and we keep going on the campus. That's one option. The other one is that we, as an industry, need a very serious conversation with our clients about what they will expect and what they can actually accept in terms of the power coming into the facility. If we're going to invest a lot of money into what would be effectively a bridging solution or on-site generation behind the meter generation, we've got to have some comfort from the clients that they will accept that as a suitable source of power for our facilities. Because if we're putting the money into there and they want to keep their prices low, they've got to accept that we're going to be doing away with diesels, probably doing away with UPSs, but putting the reliability into our behind the meter generation. So there's a conversation to be had still with our clients, with the hyperscalers. How do we reconfigure the site but still give them the comfort they're going to get the reliability that they're after? I think that's a conversation we need to start having.
Yeah, I agree with that, Matt. So yeah, you get the bridging power, which is the stopgap while our customers want their data centers live tomorrow, and there's all reasons why power gets delayed that we spoke about earlier. But also there's a new type of customer we're dealing with in recent times, and whether or not 5 nines is still necessary and whether or not backup generation is still necessary, and does it provide an option to move into regional locations, whether it's closer to transmission grade power or whether it's closer to gas. And as Matt said, conversation to be had with the customers as the industry becomes more mature about what level of backup power and resilience, and in terms of 5 nines, 4 nines, even 3 nines, that can be accepted.
I'm working on a job in Australia at the moment, and we're using gas turbines instead of diesel generation, essentially, right? So it is going to be about bridging power, but it will replace the diesel sets. And to have the end client accept that as an option, we wouldn't have been in that position a few years ago, I don't think. I've been designing data centers for 25 years now. That's a lot of bloody diesel generators. So as an engineer, it's quite fun to be doing something a little bit different, I think. And to have the end clients accept these kind of wacky out there schemes for offering something a bit different, that's pretty cool. And the other thing I'd say about kind of behind the meter, we talk about BESS as a way of playing the arbitrage markets and stuff like that. What we're starting to see in some markets now is the grid is saying you will not go down, right? So typically if a power supply goes a little bit wonky, what you do is you drop to UPS, let it stabilize. What they're saying is you will not go down. So we have to use that BESS as kind of that buffer between the data center and the grid, such that you don't take off the load. Again, that wasn't the conversation we were having even a couple of years ago.
Yeah, so picking up on this point of having conversations with clients, is there still a bit of a mismatch between their expectations, what they want, what they're hoping for, what they're asking for, and what the reality of the situation is, what you can provide? Is there a complete mismatch, or is there kind of becoming more of an understanding now? Are you seeing more people?
I think, as I said before, we're all going on this journey, which is kicked off in recent months or 12 months, whatever it might be. Absolutely, there's conversations happening, and I think, our customers are still trying to understand what is the impact of AI and step loads and larger loads and power quality and all those type of things. So yeah, speaking with the customers and working on the solution together is really key. But like I said, I feel like we're at the start of the journey in that regard. In the same way, I spoke about partnerships with utility companies and communities and government and so on. It's all very new, the level of scaling that we're seeing at the moment. So yeah, those conversations are happening.
We're all going on this journey together. And to kind of pick up on something you were saying there, Dave, about the impact of AI, obviously we've talked a lot about kind of external, outside the data center, the grid, etc. But what impact is AI having on power quality issues at a rack level once we get inside the data center? What are you seeing there?
So we know there's going to be power quality issues, and there's a number of ways of dealing with it, but we're still, there's a lot of work to be done in understanding exactly what the impact is, and depending on the load, depending on the workload, and so on. So the power quality is obviously going to have an impact all the way from the rack through to grid. It's going to have an impact in the data hall for your distribution systems. Derating of systems. Are we going to have to oversize systems to deal with the power quality and the harmonics and the filtering and so on, or the flicker? And there's a number of ways of dealing with it. We can deal with it at the rack, which is where the customers need to get on board. We can deal with it within the data center at a UPS level. We can deal with it then at grid level through the BESS systems, as Kevin mentioned. But yet, absolutely, with the sort of power quality issues that we're expecting to see and seeing through AI workloads, we're dealing with something that we never had to deal with before to this extent.
Dave, once again, totally agree with you. Racks pushing at 100 kilowatts, by the end of the decade, it's going to get to 1 megawatt. That's what NVIDIA is saying. There's a critical workload happening in that rack, and we need to really understand what those workloads are, and based on that, how much power, energy we are going to bring in there. Then what happens is the thermal load on the GPUs itself. It's not only power. We've got to think about the cooling and how efficiently you're going to do the cooling with less power. So all that is critical when you look at the rack level, because those workloads had to have stable power coming in there. But the stable power at the same time, now you've got to be managed with the right cooling solutions in a sustainable manner. And you don't have the infrastructure to support that. So you're like 36 months out from terms of infrastructure to support this kind of power density racks, at the same time the cooling solutions. So you're absolutely right. I think we need to start at the AI workload itself, whether it's a training model or whether it's inferencing model, and how much power that is required in that particular rack there, and then start to design, not on a silo basis. You'll have to have an integrated engineering design for the entire data center. Today what we have is silos. We'll have the generating, distribution, cooling separately. So you can't get you can't get the total optimization from the infrastructure.
Just as a little bit of a sort of side detour following on from your point around this one, I think one of the key things that we're starting to see now is for the data center industry, we've always been a one size fits all, and we adjust that one size to suit every opportunity and every client. And when we look at sort of our standard designs, we try and have something which will suit 90% of the people coming through the door. I think what we're seeing now is with the advent of AI, we're really seeing very, very different models of data centers. So you can't build a one size suits all, otherwise you're incredibly inefficient. So you've really got to pick down there and understand what the use case is going to be for that building before you start turning a shovel or even picking up a pen. It's otherwise what happens is you end up with a lot of wasted space or a lot of wasted power, or it's just inefficient. So you've got to recognize that an AI facility is a completely different beast to a hyperscale data center or a co-location facility or whatever you want to call it. And it's fundamentally different building blocks. And how we build that up and how we do that as a scheme is just going to be completely, totally different to what we've done before.
And
let me just add one thing there.
please, Jay.
And Matt, right on. Bringing grid to rack, chip to chiller. We're talking about 800 volts high density voltage coming into the rack, taking out the middle part of the infrastructure. I think that's the level of infrastructure that we've got to start looking at going forward. So, totally on that.
So power conversion at a kind of a rack level or chip level has a role to play in energy efficiency as well. Is this part of the conversation?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, there's a huge issue with energy efficiency throughout the data center. So if you're losing 1% on 100 megawatts, that's a megawatt, and you start adding that up over gigascale sites. So energy efficiency is really important right the way across the distribution system. Whether you're losing it in your transformer efficiency, whether your UPS efficiency, your distribution systems, your electrical systems, and so on. There's efficiencies to be lost all the way along. The conversions from high voltage to low voltage to DC to low voltage, and you're losing it all the way along. So yeah, that's absolutely key in how we solve that. As Jay mentioned, 800 volt DC seems like it's coming quicker than we expected, and it's going to have a huge impact. Going from essentially a nominal 50 volt DC to an 800 volt DC is going to reduce the amount of copper and losses by 16-fold. So it looks like that's coming quickly. It's going to come in different stages, starting with sidecar and then move to eventually all facility 800 volt DC. But that's the sort of thing that we need to be looking at with the scale that we're talking about.
Evan, you look like you had something you wanted to say, or?
Yes, yeah. I was just trying to think how I can add to that, really. But yeah, at the moment, everyone talks about PUE, WUE, CUE, all this good stuff. One thing I love about the whole AI race is they're talking about tokens per megawatt. It is completely grid to silicon, essentially, efficiency. We should start measuring more of that, right? Because a lot of the efficiency of that 800 volt DC system wouldn't necessarily show up as a PUE measurement because a lot of the inefficiency sits within the backplane of a server. And there's quite a lot of that being eliminated here. So yeah, I think more people should start to measure efficiency of actual compute in that way. How we do it, it's not the easiest thing, right? And AI is a very inefficient workload from a software perspective. It's so new, there's a lot of inefficiency in that. So if you go and ask an inference question of ChatGPT, for example, right? Every token you push through it loads every possible parameter into it. It's just how it works right now because it's an unoptimized stack. By doing something more efficient there, you can massively optimize that, which would actually make your tokens per megawatt look worse. So we've got to come up with an industry norm for measuring true productivity. But 800 volt DC absolutely is a step, absolutely.
It's a little bit of a different tangent again. I think the 800 volt DC conversation is really interesting because I think as an industry we're about to benefit hugely from the boom in EVs. So all of the equipment and the technology that's coming through on the EV market at the moment, everybody's looking for the efficiency there because the demand is going to be there on industrial vehicle applications. It's going to be there on private consumer vehicles. So getting that high-scale DC plant coming through with that amount of R&D that's going to be happening on that one, on the private EV market, we're going to benefit hugely from that one. And we'll see that 800 volt DC adoption, I think, will come in incredibly quickly because everything is going to be there, ready for us and available. And it'll be an off-the-shelf item rather than something we as an industry have to develop to work on this. And we just got to look at the rack scale for it and figure out how that's going to work. And that'll come through from the likes of NVIDIA and Open Compute. So we've got a real benefit from other industries on this one. So it's always worth keeping an eye out, see what's happening in other locations because we can always fold those things into our own innovations.
And obviously this panel is about energy supply and grid constraints, but we touched upon it near the beginning about the social license of data centers and the pushback when it comes to the perception of rising energy bills and things like that. But what other constraints are we kind of seeing in the industry at the moment? I know supply chain concerns is a big one. And I think you were saying, a couple of you were saying, when we talked before about in Australia, like construction workers especially, that's very constrained at the moment. Yeah, can we just touch upon some of those kind of other issues?
So for us, I mean, Australia is a different market very much to what's happening in Southeast Asia. And I think it's sort of one of the things we talked about this when we were prepping for the panel was that Australia has got a really, really solid industry in terms of the construction workers. But they're about to see a huge problem in the fact that there's only a very small pool of workers available, and there's going to be a lot of competition between us building data centers and residential and the building that's got to happen on there for house building and things like that within Australia. And I think one of the things that Australia hasn't been very good at in the past, is because they haven't needed to, is off-site and modular construction and manufacture. Now, in Southeast Asia, we have a different problem, that the quality of the construction that we get through the market here is not generally as high as what we would see in something like the Australian market. So we've actually adopted modular manufacture a lot earlier in the process cycle, and we've been doing it for a lot of years now. So if you look at the vast majority of the people operating in Southeast Asia, they're all using modular PTUs, they're using modular generators, bring in stuff in, rack and stack, and get to market as quickly as possible with the minimum amount of work on site. And I think that's something which I think Australia will start to see a growth in, because they'll have a demand because of the lack of qualified workers to actually do this work on site for us, especially with the size and scale we're after as well now. So moving everything back into the factory, doing it in controlled conditions, safe conditions, out of the weather, controllable, predictable, and then shipped to site. I think it's going to be becoming the industry standard for all of us.
Every time somebody talks about the constrained labour market, it's generally speaking a headcount issue. Like, we need another 5,000 electricians or whatever it may be, and it's going to take us 4 years to train them up. But as you say, the switch should be as a productivity challenge, right? How can we push this into the factories? Because you can train up semi-skilled workers on a factory line relatively quickly compared to that. So it's got to be that change of just rhetoric and thinking from a headcount issue to a productivity issue.
I agree with both Matt and Kevin. I mean, probably after power, supply chain constraints are probably the next biggest issue we've got to deal with. I mean, I don't think there's enough electricians in Australia to service the industry, just as an example. But and also down to builders and tower cranes or engineers, or it's just not there. The other advantage, so I agree with both in terms of offsite fabrication. It's key. That's what we got to do. And the other advantage, for companies like ours who work in multiple locations from Australia to Japan to Southeast Asia and beyond, there's got to be a consistent level of quality, safety in everything we do. So the more off-site prefabrication that we can do in a controlled environment, and then deliver to sites where we know we're going to get the same level of consistent level of quality and safety, which is key. That's going to play a key role.
Basically, what Matt, Dave, and Kevin said is absolutely right. The growth of AI data centers, CAGR, is 16% annually. There are certain elements that you need to sustain that 16%. That is the power requirements, the skilled labor talent, and supply chain. All these have gaps. Easy. They are all at 6%, 10%, 8%. They are now growing at 16%. So there's a definite gap here. They say there's about 300,000 talented shortage for AI industry right now. To a point, what skill they are is subjective, but that's the kind of shortage globally we have. So all this is coming into a bottleneck situation. So how we drive supply versus the demand and balancing that is critical, also in a renewable, sustainable manner. So it's, again, energy is not only power, it's cooling, as well as all the decentralized solutions, how we work at the edge. Mark my word on this. Micro edge data centers is coming, and inference is going to happen at the edge. That's going to be a totally different workload happening at the edge. So with that scale of AI happening at the edge level as well as the core level, there are still gaps that we need to build, and we have to work together as an eco-partner model for that.
One that I might just add on to the modular discussion is also the speed benefits. So NTT being obviously, we've got US companies as well. They recently had a site in, I think it was in Phoenix, where they went from first foundation to ready for service in 10 months. So that was a combination of modular build and good quality construction work. So I think if Australia can crack the modular market, they've already got the talent and the ability to be able to build. If they can bring in the modular as well, then things like 10 months from first kickoff to finish is well within the market's capability in Australia. So interesting little benchmark just to sort of to see if we can achieve that.
Just wait 3 years for the power.
The gas turbines are for.
We're into the last kind of 5 minutes of this panel, and I know we could talk for a lot longer if we did have the time. But to bring it back round to the original question or the topic of this session, it's quite a big question, and you have 4 minutes to solve it. But how do we build resilient power ecosystem in constrained environments? Obviously, we've talked about kind of a lot of the challenges and touched upon some of the solutions, but yeah, how do we solve for this?
I think it's going to be win by 1,000 cuts. There's no silver bullet for this one. We're not going to be able to go, this is the solution. It's going to be 100 small solutions that we pull together, and it will help us get to where we need to be. And every site, every location is going to be different. So there's no single answer. It's different every location. It's going to be multiple small things that get us there.
Yeah, I think for me, we can solve the technical issues. I mean, we do it all day, every day, and they continually change, and we've got to stay ahead of that. But for me, it's got to be thinking in terms of partnerships with and conversations with grid companies, solar companies, government, and as I said, community. Because if they're not all brought on the journey and bought into what we're doing, well then it's going to become really hard. You know, we can solve all the technical issues, and you know, as Matt said about prefabrication, we can build fast, but if we can't get power from source to node, well then that's going to become the key issue.
Do you think like more regulation or standardization, or just kind of more informal partnerships, more joined up thinking, more, the industry coming together and collaborating?
Oh, if we talk about regulation, we probably need another hour. And sometimes regulation is good. It gives a level of surety around what we do. But yeah, I just think coming together, a touch of regulation and standardization, but there's always going to be a limit, because if you over-regulate, you're just going to make things harder. And we're actually starting to see that in Australia, where, I mean, Australia loves its rules, and too much regulation, too many rules, then become a blocker.
For me, I think the answer to this kind of resilience problem is to think of it like an architecture, not a product. It's a series of kind of overlapping decisions along that entire chain. You have to understand the chip, you have to understand it from that all the way to the grid, and you have to make those kind of overlapping decisions. This is not there's no silver bullet for this. It is that overlapping series of decisions. And a gigawatt site is not just 10 times bigger than a 100 megawatt site. It's a fundamentally different thing. You've got to get innovative. So from an engineering perspective, it's great fun, because you have to completely rip up the rulebook and think of different cool solutions to this, because it is a fundamentally different animal, because you have to consider an awful lot more. But yeah, there's no silver bullet, I don't think.
I totally echo on everything you said, and I think what really is important is, at the end of the day, this AI is essential. It's going to stay for long. So how we build our infrastructure sustainability, it is not only for this generation, it's for future generations as well. So all stakeholders, like you mentioned, the utilities, the governments, the IT infrastructures, chip manufacturers, we all had to build in this ecosystem model to build infrastructure for the next generation, and definitely optimize the AI opportunity.
Are there things that giving you hope that you've seen? This is all obviously a lot of negatives or challenges, like we said. But are there things that are giving you hope that you're seeing that?
I think I heard somebody say yesterday on a panel that any other industry would look at what we're doing and say you're all nuts. But I think it's I'm having good fun.
We have a clever bunch, us data center people. We've been many iterations of change over the course of the last probably 30 years of doing this, and the blinking lights are still blinking. We'll overcome most challenges, I think.
I think the fact that we're all part of the communities that we're building in here. So we're a hugely passionate community. We love what we do. We think there's benefits to what we're doing for everybody. And I think once we actually start having those conversations with our local communities as well, and demonstrating what the benefits are and what we're doing for it, I think it'll help bring everything back round again, and will be a beneficial industry again for our communities and for our relative countries. So I think that gives me a lot of hope for the future.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is once in a 100 years time. This is an opportunity. It's an inflection point in technology. Let's make the maximum out of it. I'm very happy to be here at the right time, at the right industry. Looking forward to the AI boom.
That's all our time, I'm afraid. Thank you for joining us for the session today. Thank you to Matt, Dave, Kevin, and Jay for joining me on stage. If you'd like to stick around, I believe our next session starts at 11:30. So back here for that. Thank you.
Everyone, and welcome back to the DCD main stage. My name is Gabriela Gillette Perez, and I'm the Portfolio Director for EMEA, and I am going to be the moderator for this session today. We're looking at speed, density, complexity, building the next generation of data centers. I'm joined by a panel of experts who will probably do a much better job than I would at introducing themselves. So I'm going to start at the end with David, if you'd like to introduce yourself.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I'm David Gentral, Chief Customer Commercial Officer with NextDC. We're a data center, or AI factory data center operator and builder, headquartered in Australia. We have 17 sites across Australia, and we've just entered into Asia with our first site in KL with KL1.
Oh.
Hello. Paul Walker here. I'm with Equinix. I've been with Equinix now 15 years. I look after all the construction that we do across Asia, so stretching from Tokyo down to Sydney and across Philippines, across to India.
Brilliant. Sumit?
Hi, my name is Sumit. I'm the Chief Executive at DCI Data Centers. We are a Brookfield-backed platform headquartered in Sydney and having operations in Australia, New Zealand, and South Korea, and soon to be a couple of more geographies in North and Southeast Asia. And personally, I've spent more than 3 decades in technology and digital infrastructure in the last 15 years, just scaling and building data center platforms in the region. So my perspectives will be very grounded from the practical experience in deploying capital while building those platforms.
And Mark?
Hi, good morning, everybody. So yeah, I'm Mark Bartlett. I'm based in Singapore. I work for Arup. I'm a director of the business there. I look after our data center business across Asia. At Arup, we design data centers, but we also provide advice, engineering, and architecture in the data center space. And we operate globally, working for many of our clients, hyperscalers and colos.
Brilliant. Well, thank you all for joining me this morning. So let's kick it off. I think, one of the big themes, at least in all the sessions I've had the pleasure of moderating during this DCD APAC, speed seems to be the word that comes up over and over again. So how much demand are you seeing in terms of the need to build quickly at the moment? I mean, I can pick on someone, but if someone wants to jump in.
Well, I think if you go back a step, what's driving demand, right? Ultimately today, demand is being driven by AI. And if you go back a step and sort of think about what's driving AI, it's the need for tokens, and ultimately there are a number of businesses, applications, services that are fueling that growth. We know the top 5 foundation models are driving token growth and consumption, and then all of the AI native companies. Most of us are familiar with cloud native companies. The best example I use to explain to my mum is Uber. Uber was born in the cloud. Today we have companies born in the AI cloud, Anthropic and Together AI, and there's a ton of new ones coming. So today, as we look forward, the demand is being driven by those existing model builders or frontier models and the new providers of AI services or AI applications. In terms of how big or how real, none of us can answer that question, 100%. But what we are seeing is the conversations went from 1 to 10 to 100 to 1 gigawatt, very, very, very fast. And if we aggregate just in this region how much capacity is on track to be delivered, it's a significant number. And so I think that's a good frame to think about in terms of how big, and we can probably talk more about the speed later on.
Anything anyone wants to add to that?
You always had a huge amount of growth in cloud that we saw, and that continues to grow as well. And we keep discounting commercial cloud, but that was growing at 15-20% CAGR across the globe as well. And that continues because there's huge amounts of data that needs to be stored, managed, processed, and disseminated from the data centers. What we're seeing is over and above that, there is this whole bunch of AI-led elements that have come in. starting from training, and we have just seen the tip of the iceberg because what do you use those models for? You actually use them for the actual workloads, for the actual inferencing, for deployment in enterprises, in banks, in governments, in citizen services, in health services, and that is just about to unleash. So you will see the next 3 to 5 years, this is going to just explode. And what David just mentioned, I completely agree. Gigawatt is the next megawatt.
Going to jump in, Mark, just earlier.
Yeah, I'll just jump in there. So from a designer perspective at Arab, we see a lot of requests, a lot of RFPs come to us for Southeast Asia region. And what's, I think staggering for us is the actual magnitude, the scale at which we're seeing the new data centers. What was a big data center a few years ago, 20 megawatt. Now it's like 100, megawatts plus buildings and 1 gigawatt campuses. So the sheer scale of what we're seeing is significant. So the demand is obviously there. So we see a whole range of clients, requirements across the region. Both from colo and hyperscalers, but yeah, demand's definitely on the increase.
Paul, you were going to add something as well.
Speed is a funny one because, yes, everyone wants to build a lot quicker than they want to before, but what's happened over the last few years is with the power becoming more of a constraint, and which never used to be the case, and the equipment supply, the durations and the lead times for equipment becoming longer and longer. Although speed is required, to completion you have to plan earlier than you ever had to before to account for the time it takes to get the power, and the more power, the longer it's going to take. If the gigawatt or the hundreds of megawatt sites, the power becomes almost the only constraining factor on everything, the primary factor. And then after that, the sheer volume of the equipment that you need means that needs to be ordered well in advance. So speed is a funny one here.
Just to add, at this moment in time, most people are wanting to move faster than we've ever moved at a scale that we've never seen. So it's a good problem to have, but it is a problem because whether it's looking at through the lens of safety or resourcing or procurement, all of these challenges will not get simpler because we're going faster or we're building larger. So I think that's an important thought. We can't necessarily move the machine faster because it's bigger. And I think at the same time, the way that the data center or the AI factory is being seen is different as well. To Sumit's point, when we were doing commercial cloud had a nice ramp. So, many of us would deliver tens of megawatts over a 2 to 3 year period, and that gave us the ability to scale with some less time pressure. Today, when people talk about a 100 megawatt or a 50 megawatt deployment within a larger environment, they're talking about turning on the GPUs in one go. So that is a very different way to think about the delivery engine, not just the scale for the build, but the delivery engine once you've actually got the power and got the site and got the building. So just another way to think about scale.
Yeah, I mean, I want to sort of touch upon various different things that have already kind of been brought up, and we can kind of dive a little deeper into them. I guess from even before we get to the construction side, there's obviously the design cycle element, right? That's kind of the bit where it sort of kicks off. And from what I'm hearing, and I'm curious to hear the panel's thoughts, those design cycles are becoming shorter. You used to have a longer lead time, more chance to obviously look at the designs and things, but it's the need to sort of start the construction, as you say, once you've got the power, once you've got this, you're ready to go. Is that what you're seeing? Are you seeing these design cycles accelerate? And is that possibly causing delays in other parts of the cycle then, if you're sort of constraining one part of it? And I'm just curious. I'll start with you, Mark, from your perspective.
Yeah, I think there's definitely some new trends that we're seeing, which is impacting on the design. So, for example, we're seeing more design and build in this space. because we need, faster speed to market for data centers. And that's compressing the design at the front end, particularly for things like foundations, piling, superstructure, which is the early phase of the design portion. Obviously, for the MEP design, there's probably a little bit more time. But those design programs are getting shorter and shorter and shorter, being compressed at the front end. So as soon as our clients, they've agreed on a particular site, they've done their due diligence, they've probably got a customer, signed up, it's pretty much go. Particularly more on the civil structure, and that element of the design is pretty rapid. So that's what we're seeing, shorter time spans. And as we heard on the previous panel, the construction program, 10 months, 12 months, pretty aggressive. So yeah, design is being compressed. And I'm seeing an overlap. That's why probably design and build is more attractive for certain clients now, because you can, as soon as you've got the site, you can literally start putting the, the foundations in, subject to planning and approval, and that sort of thing, yeah.
Great.
I think design has a few other considerations as well. So firstly, there were days not too far ago when we used to have just a piece of land and power, and we used to go to the customers and then go into contractual discussions and then design to a large extent. Today, things have changed. We actually need to bring design discussions upfront, even without a customer in hand. The first thing that we do before even going to the customer is to progress the designs. And have approvals in place. For approvals, we need 30% design, and for going to the customer, we are typically needing almost 50% design nowadays. So there's a huge amount of upfront heavy lifting that is required on the design front. Second, of course, is there is a huge amount of standardization that is setting in as well on the high side, which is on the chiller side, on the design philosophy side, because we know high densities that we're dealing with. So, but there is an element of huge amount of flexibility that we need to leave for the low side, which is the data hall side, which is customers tend to bring their own prefabricated, pre-approved skids and everything. The third element of design is the change. I mean, you sign up on something, and within 6 months there is some additional request, some additional power density, and each customer is so diverse. They are bringing their own density, they are bringing their own rack layouts, they're bringing their own customization on the ground. And when they ask for those kind of changes midway, I think that modularity or other stuff that we take care in the design, the headrooms that we keep, that actually helps us tide over. And finally, the design element is also about future-proofing it. I mean, we have a customer that we might sign up for 10 years, 15 years. What happens after that? Do we become obsolete in 5 years, 10 years? Is there a new GPU that comes in and makes us obsolete? No, we take care of it at the design stage itself by not locking to a GPU and by making sure that our data center is built for next 20, 30 years and lasts all those technology cycles and can be redeployed as well.
Paul?
Absolutely, we want Arup and all the other design consultants to be quicker. That's part of the course. But the difficulty, as Sumit already mentioned, is that although we would like a globally standard product that we could roll out everywhere, very similar, we could get quicker and quicker and quicker. These customers, these sometimes annoying customers, they want something slightly different, each one of them, and that does provide a lot of issues to deal with the speed. So it's one of the issues we have to face.
I think agree with everyone, but perhaps a slightly different view, and again going up even earlier in the cycle. Remember that the data center industry is not new. We've had co-location, Equinix being a leader in co-location for 20 plus years. If we're building and designing a 5-story building in a major city that has, basement and what I would consider a complex, a smaller piece of land design, the design is going to be more and more unique. When we draw a line in the sand and look forward and think about the next generation of, let's just call them AI factories, where importantly location is becoming less latency sensitive. So when people talk about a gigawatt campus, there's no gigawatt campus in a CBD. A gigawatt campus is going to appear 30, 40, 50 kilometers out of a major city, if not even hundreds of kilometers, perhaps. And those designs are being single story, much more simple, no basement. A lot of the mechanical and electrical is, you have a lot more space. So I wouldn't want to say it's an easy design, but it's a more repeatable design. And so that's sort of one point. The other point is to the standards conversation. For the first time in a long time, we are seeing NVIDIA release what they call the DSX standard gigawatt reference architecture design. And whether that's some marketing combined with a bunch of logos and a story to follow, or it actually has the story and it'll get deployed, in the last 2 years, we've seen a significant move where the supply chain is getting behind that standard design, and that's enabling a repeatable reference architecture that will make us or enable us to perhaps go faster from the design starting point.
Yeah, I want to pick up on a couple of things. I'm going to pick up first on that element. Sorry, did you want to say something?
Can I just build on that, really? I think there's a few things. We're being asked to integrate a lot of prefabrication modular design now in the design stage, where historically that was passed to the contractor. Contractor would do all the modularization, but now as designers, we're incorporating that in the design. So that's one thing. That's here. We know modular design. It's been around for a while, so that's good for us. And I say it works well in the D&B procurement route where we're working contractor side. On your other point in terms of the design itself, in a city location or a Singapore location, you've got to build upwards. The density and the plot ratio dictates that. But elsewhere, there's other opportunities where there's lots of land. You can build simpler, faster buildings. And there's good examples, lots of good examples out there on the internet that you can see where they're building very simple portal frame steel structures and, divorcing the cooling systems out of the building, keeping them separate. It's a lot quicker. And this is not new either. The automotive industry has been doing this for a long time. And the aviation industry. So I think there's good parallels we can draw with other industries to build things really quick, and increase that speed to market. And that comes down also to the utilities that are serving the data centers themselves, bringing them out of the actual data center itself, not putting them on the roof, because the roof is the last part of the superstructure to be built. So there's many advantages we're looking at the moment, around the world, Arup being global. We see a lot of different designs, what's happening in America, Europe. And I think the advantages we have in Asia, we can leapfrog in certain locations. Take like Vietnam, for example. It's on the verge of going into, that digital space. I think they're at an advantage where they can leapfrog, take up some of this thinking. And as designers, as Arup, we need to be at the front of that thinking too, so that we can make those steps, deliver quicker.
Yeah. I wanted to pick up on the element around the flexibility side, and I think something you mentioned a little bit around, designing something that's not going to be obsolete in 5, 10, 15 years, because obviously, a lot of investment go into these buildings. You don't want them to be obsolete in a few years. And I know, obviously, at the moment, the industry is rapidly changing. I know everyone I speak to says, things are changing so quickly, it's hard to keep up, and we start a construction and then something else happens, and then, we have to constantly evolve and change, and I know in the design process this can lead to more delays. So how much is flexibility influencing at the moment, and how are you, I guess, designing and building these data centers when, you don't necessarily know what's coming next?
Oh. Yeah, I can take the first shot at this. First of all, two principles that I think as an ecosystem we need to embrace. First is change is imminent, change is inevitable. So we will need to embrace it, but we will need to find ways to be able to control and mitigate and not let it affect project schedules or delivery schedules or customer engagements. The second aspect, of course, is flexibility. And we need standardization as well as flexibility. There's no either or here. We need both. And I touched upon that briefly, but I can elaborate on that. So when you talk about standardization, there's a huge amount, whether you do a horizontal build or a vertical build. I mean, we have done a bunch of vertical builds in congested spaces. We've delivered 15 megawatts in 3,000 square meters of land, literally, in one of the geographies. So the kind of heat rejection and everything, there's a lot of learnings, that we can deploy in markets like Singapore or other Southeast Asian markets where the land is not there. And yet there are huge examples of, how we can build in the peripheral or the outer ring areas where there's huge amounts of lands as well, like David touched upon. So just coming back, standardization is still pretty much the need of the hour in terms of your design basis. We now have access to our customers and their reference architectures and chip manufacturers and their reference architectures. Nothing stops us from absorbing all of that and ensuring that there is an element of repeatability, and there is an element of speed we can bring to it. When we engage with our suppliers, for example, they love the part that we don't reinvent the design every time we conceive a new project. And they can deliver faster, we can price it faster, we can have rate contracts with them, and a lot of things can happen with standardization. And things like chillers, things like utility interfaces, things like your electrical substations, all of that can be standardized so easily, and I think most of us do nowadays. And the flexibility part is on the low side. Clearly, we can't really lock the data hall design to something that we perceive is going to work. That has to be kept open, that has to be kept flexible. Of course, the basic components remain the same, but typically, whether the customer is bringing a CDU or it's a centralized CDU, and what's the size of the cluster, and whether it is, what kind of redundancy loops that they require at the data hall level, and the kind of plumbing that they require, it is so diverse. And that is why we can't really go either or. It has to be built into what we do on a daily basis.
I would just add that if we're not building fungibility into our designs and builds, you're going to fail, because things are moving so fast, and that creates a very large challenge. Any of us that are designing or starting at the beginning of the process, it's probably 3 to 4 years before the ribbon cutting or the delivery of that capacity. And if I think about the major providers, the major hyperscalers, the standards, they're moving very fast as well, catching up with the chip manufacturers, the networks, the models, and the requirements, so that what you're finding is if you've signed a contract in 2025, by the time you're at RFS, there are multiple new versions of requirements, multiple, not one, that you can't retrofit back to us. They could be so dramatic in change. So I think it goes back to trying to work out how can we be as fungible as possible and flexible with the design to know that 300 kilowatt rack is coming, 600 kilowatt is coming, 1 megawatt is coming. Will every data center have 1 megawatt racks? Probably not. But you have to decide what services, what business you're in, to be able to align back to that flexibility. To some extent, if you're not thinking through that lens, it will be difficult, whether you're in a 10-year agreement, 5, 15, whatever it might be. But if we're not thinking that far out, we're gonna have a challenge in the next couple of years.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I think we can add flexibility in the superstructure of the building. I think, we're homing in on standards in terms of floor to ceiling height, whether it's a multi-story building or it's a single-story building. I think there's definitely standards emerging around the superstructure. So we can build a superstructure, and certainly for colos with multiple tenants, they need that flexibility. You don't always know who's going to come and be your tenant. So I think that's a given, and I think that's probably in a good place. I think where it gets a little bit difficult, and we none of us have really a crystal ball. We don't know what tenants we're going to get and what technology or what topology or system cooling that we're going to have to deploy. So I think that's where it gets a little bit more difficult in terms of providing that flexibility. And, that's why we've been looking at how we divorce that MEP from the actual building itself. So it gives you the flexibility to adopt whatever technology you need, whatever cooling system, whatever cooling temperature water you need, whether it's liquid cooling or air. So I think that's the challenge as designers. There's a lot of bespoke projects, like you say, inner city projects, that they are what they are. But I think for reference designs, we could be a bit smarter, I think, in giving the flexibility around the technology, the topology of equipment, the MEP equipment, to allow for the future. I don't think we're looking further enough ahead to the next 5 years. Are we planning for the 5 years? The reference design that we've got, the superstructure's got a standard which we're all happy with, but the actual change in cooling and power, DC power, is the building and the space location going to be suitable for that in 5 years? I don't think we're looking that far ahead. That's what I see at the moment. Yeah.
Paul, anything to add?
It's certainly very interesting listening to everyone here. I think what we're going to see on the flexibility side is what we could see, and I agree with. And we don't know what's happening in 5 years' time, but if we look back, then the general trend it's obviously been up on densities, rack densities. They've gone up, but they haven't gone up hugely. It's only in the last couple of years that they've increased a little bit, but on average they're still quite low, or certainly what we're finding. And then 300, 500, 1 megawatt racks sounds really exciting, but we may end up in a situation with a lot of flexibility and one rack in the center of a very big hall with nothing else around it, because there is no other power in that space. So some of this is very, very difficult to deal with. And yes, we should be looking 5 years or more into the future, but some of this flexibility is going to come with some weird results at the end of it when we look back in 5 years' time.
I also think if you think about where we're at today, there's a sort of 2-year cycle of everything. There's new chips coming. So the H100, H200 had a number of years. Then you had the GB or the B series. And now we're going to see the VR Rubin series. It's really every 2 to 3 year cycle. Combined with that is a lot of the cooling sort of cycles. But I think 2027 will be an interesting year because an enormous amount of global capacity is going to come online that was contracted through late 24 throughout 25. What we're quote unquote contracting in 26 is coming online in 28. I'm not talking about, the traditional colo. This is the AI scale. So 27 will see a lot of these GB 300, 100 kilowatt designs come online at scale. Some are already, significantly online around the world, but there's, it's public data available. You look at NVIDIA's shipped chips, you can see how many GPU clusters will come online. Every GPU cluster lives in a data center. So we'll see a very clear position on, have these designs worked? What are the big challenges as a data center community that we've learned? And 27, I think, will be an awakening to see, right, how much of that played out to the plan.
I guess an opportunity to go, okay, this is what's happened, and this is how we...
It is, but at the same time, nobody's going to stop. So then, as we go through the rest of this calendar year, the door will be open for conversations for delivery in 28, 29. We've seen the cycle before. So I think it's just a continuum, but we just have to get our mind around learning from each of these periods to understand, okay, that was a major design change. If we go back to the cloud, it was quite repeatable for a number of years. There was a lot of deployment, but it didn't change dramatically, maybe because of the ramp schedule. But at the pace we're moving, we're going to stop in 27 and say, right, what's that next change coming?
And I guess moving along slightly, once we get to sort of that construction phase, obviously, over the last 2 days, I've heard obviously around modular design and how that can help speed things up and standardize and, get things moving a lot faster. Talent shortages, supply chain constraints, all these things have come up in various conversations. How are you seeing sort of this, and what are the biggest challenges you're seeing when it's that point where you're ready to start the build, but what might be causing delays?
Challenge that I can talk about is the coordination. Of course, there is shortage of manpower. Of course, there's shortage of trades. Of course, there is delivery timelines for long lead time equipment, which is higher. I mean, those are things that every one of us in the industry is facing. But I've seen the big difference between successful projects and the projects which are sort of delayed or overrun or risk are the ones which do not coordinate enough between the designers, builders, the operators, and also the ones that do not talk about effective ways of communications or defining key milestones, and also clearly understanding what they're solving for. Are they really working on those milestones? Is the completion of building the ultimate objective? Is the completion of fit-outs work the objective for the team? Or is it really making the facility really production ready and ready for operations, right? Is that the objective? So one common objective across those teams, clear coordination, use of technology, and ensuring that everyone is aligned to that. And I took just designers, builders, and operators, include all of the OEMs into that, include all of the financiers and investors and the other stakeholders, procurement teams, right? All of that into that. So it has to be a coordinated project. We are in a very expensive business. We are spending millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars per megawatt, and we're building for 20, 30 years. So unless we get all of this right, all at the same time, there is very, very little that we can do. So coordination to me is the biggest lever that we need to leverage.
Yeah, I'll just talk to that. And yeah, I agree. Coordination between obviously the consultants, the designers, and obviously the contractor. I think coordination within the design is also important. Arup, it's really proud to offer total design. We do all the disciplines, civil, structure, MEP, all the specialists. And I think that that can certainly help in terms of successful projects when you've got one designer doing everything. And quite often as designers, we see clients changing designer through the project, which is sometimes not helpful. And some of the most successful projects I've worked on is where we've been at the start of the project right the way through to the end. So, we've kept on that journey, no gaps in between, no change of responsibility, and we've incorporated a lot of those contractor requirements in the design. That's really important. We haven't just produced a design which the contractor has to build. We've produced a design that the contractor can build. That coordination element. We're using a lot of digital tools now. Most of our jobs are digital twins. We can see what we're building before it's been built. But there's not a lot of room for error, for sure, because there's no time. What drawings you issue that day can be built within a few days. So that's also a challenge. But having one designer end to end certainly can make a difference. We don't always see that. And that comes down to partnerships. When I look at some of the successful data centers being built, that's where they've got a really strong partnership between designer, contractor, and then themselves, being able to make those decisions, decide on change, have a really good change process in that, that construction, that team, that partnership. Yeah.
Add one more point, which is about the role of the operations team. So we forget that they are the actual customers, internal customers to us. Before the actual customer and the end user comes in, it is our operations team who need to actually sign off from the projects team. And remember, I talked about the coordination. I think operations team, I forgot to talk about that. They need to be involved right from the design stage, all through to the construction and procurement and testing and commissioning phases, right? And that is how we make this as seamless as possible. And that's again the biggest difference between the projects which are timely, which are successful, and those are the teams who ultimately make the customers accept this facility and deliver on the SLAs.
If you have a think about this conference. 2,000 people here. We're in Asia Pacific. We're about to build the greatest digital digital infrastructure in the history, right? There's nothing been done like this before. So if you just take a step back and take a deep breath and ask, what is the biggest challenge? Nobody can answer that with the number one. Depends where you're coming from. What we can say is, over the last few years, funding was a very big challenge. It appears that power in access to sustainability, but power is becoming a more important and more difficult challenge because of the scale than funding. It's not to say that funding's not a challenge. We also have the skill resourcing challenge, but by far conversations that we're seeing, because of the scale of what's in front of us, it's about power, and it's about trying to solve how we secure it, how we access it cleanly, how we deliver it, commission it, and ensure we do all that from a safety first perspective. That's probably the number one challenge we're seeing people talk about as a collective.
It's obviously very exciting what's going on in there with sheer volume of capacity coming up. The challenges I see that is interesting to me that Asia-Pac being a very diverse market, we have the issues, for example, in Japan, Korea, China, Hong Kong, where the population is declining versus all the way out to India, where we've got a big population which is still increasing very fast. In fact, the most populous country in the world. And then across the data center business, there's a shortage of workers, there's a shortage of talent. And one of the challenges I think collectively is all of us at this conference is we need to go back and train more and more people. There's a lot more people come into the business over the last few years, but we need an awful lot more if we're going to deliver all of this capacity across the globe. But it's different. It's interesting to me how that's developed over these different markets. And another one that's come up, and no one's mentioned it so far, is that as the sites get bigger, as we get the 1 gigawatt sites, we have to better explain to the general population, the local community, the impact that we're having and what we're bringing along to the market. And that's something, again that collectively we all need to start addressing, because there is some anti-data center sentiment, unfortunately. There is some anti-data centers, and some markets are much more extreme than others. And with these bigger and bigger sites and the impact that we're having on the grid and everything like that, this is going to become something that we really need to focus on collectively over the next few years.
The community engagement conversation is global and regional and at a country-by-country level. The community engagement also meets the resource and skill, because if we can create the story and have that told about the benefits that data center bring, whether it's jobs, whether it's prosperity, it could be that data centers will bring investment in community. It could be for hospitals. It could be for lower energy costs for consumers. But if we can find a way to tell that story, and even as competitors, unify that story, there's a number of bodies being created in each country, we're all going to be better off. At the end of the day, today could change in the future. The demand is there. There's enough business looking around again at the supply chain, enough business for us all. We do need to think about how are we going to communicate that from a community engagement point of view, but also how do we give back in all of those ways.
And I think that's key, right? Because I think, there's I believe most people would agree with me that the data center industry has not been very good at explaining what it does. A lot of people still don't really know what a data center is. And when they do read about it, as you mentioned, Paul, it is in a negative context, which doesn't really help. So there's a huge piece. And again, it's not just in this region, right? It's globally. The industry needs to be better at explaining what it is and what it could bring to the area before you deal with any of these challenges, right?
Particularly as you go further out to these very large sites where perhaps the power is, and at the scale we're talking about. I've read some articles recently where there's 1 million square meters of land that will cover a gigawatt site in country X, that could be currently farmland. you're right, we don't do a good enough job because everybody's running very fast, whether it's operationally, in the construction lane, or in the contractual lane. But we do need to take a breath and understand what are some of those explanations and impacts. I do think that I've mentioned a few times NVIDIA, but NVIDIA is trying to recreate the story, and this whole AI factory narrative is to move the conversation to essentially power in and intelligence out, and it's a very simplified way. But in some respects, if we simplify what it does and what it does for society, you know, can AI, and by virtue of AI factories, solve medical challenges? How do we get that story out? Can it create more jobs? How do we get that story out? But if it's seen as, oh, it's using all the water, or it's increasing power prices, or it's taking all the, you know, funding, whatever it may be, it's a cycle of negativity. And we've got to find ways to drive that. Maybe a panel conversation for next year.
How do we solve the PR problem? There you go. I've already come up with the title for next year.
There's a bit of, I mean, I'm going to say something controversial here. So what we do also as an industry is wear two hats. On one hand, we come out with headline numbers. We talk about gigawatt being the next megawatt. We talk about, you know, tens of gigawatts. We talk about 30 billion investment in one market, in one breath, and 3 gigawatts. And then on the other hand, we don't explain what we do with those data centers and how does it help the communities. So they are being pulled in two different directions. On one hand, they think that we are going to take the power right out of their washer. And on the other hand, you know, we expect them to cooperate with us. So they are scared. And governments also, in a way, are scared. Even they don't know. We talk about communities. Does the government even know what we do for the economy? They think that we actually create just 20 jobs in operations at the end of the day. That's what they know. So we need to do a significantly better job. The industry bodies in countries that we operate, of course, they're doing a good job. But, I mean, we have 4,000, 5,000 people in this conference. Each one of you would have 4 family members who will have 20 friends each. And go and talk to each other. Just spread the word and talk about good things. Maybe change the word data center itself to something more meaningful. I don't know. We need to do something about this.
Okay, so we are unfortunately getting to the end. So I just wanted to make sure that each of you had the opportunity, if there was anything we hadn't covered, to bring up. So David, is there anything you want the audience to take away, or anything additional you wanted to mention? Obviously, this topic, I feel like we could probably talk for a few more hours, but we are running out of time. So I'm going to pick on you first.
Look, there's a lot of things to talk about, but I think the one thing that I'd sort of leave everybody with is the word that's there is complexity. Nothing that any of us are doing is simple. It doesn't matter whether you're in the design, when you're in the, you know, cooling, and there's companies here that do a very niche thing that's in the ecosystem of data centers. I think at times, because of the speed, the complexity is being put to the side, and people are not understanding that this is a very large and complex industry that has a lot of good, you know, positive rewards, but also it is incredibly important that the ecosystem works together. Sure, events like this help during the week, but it's when we leave here, you know, how do we make sure that the networking stays in place and that we continue to talk? Because we're all facing the same problem. You know, when we're building, it's not that Paul has, you know, doesn't have those problems. And I was in a panel earlier this morning. When COVID hit, it was a moment for us to actually band together. I know in the data center industry in Australia, we said, how can we help each other? Because staff weren't able, where I live in Melbourne, weren't able to get to work. How do we get permits? How do we make sure we've all got fuel? It was the crisis that caused us to work closely together. I think there is a crisis, which is the complexity crisis. As I said, right now there's enough business for everyone. We need to figure out how do we work together to drive less complexity or more, you know, cohesion.
Paul?
Thank you. I think it's very, very exciting with the place we're in now. It's over the last few years we've been sort of working quietly in the background and data centers haven't been something that's mentioned in the newspaper, and now we're becoming a wider topic of conversation. So I am, despite the complexity, despite all the issues and what's going to happen in the future, I think I'm so excited to be in this place at the moment, and I think we should all be really grateful collectively of what an exciting industry we're in, and the future is going to be really, really exciting for the next few years. So I'm really grateful for everything that's happening. So thank you.
Sumit?
Asked as an ecosystem, as an industry, we're being asked to deliver more capacities in the shortest possible time, and we are all sort of, in a way, in our own ways, geared up to do that. And this always was and will always be an ecosystem play. It is not just one player, it is not just one designer, one developer, one OEM. It is not even just one country in that sense, right? So this will continue, and this is here to stay. This is real, this is tangible. At the same time, I think we need to bring some of the narratives under control as an industry. I mean, we touched upon that previously a bit as well. But to me, and I'm slightly old school thought, and I hope some of you are like me as well, data centers was always a technical services play with SLAs, with technology, with control, with obsolescence, with building management systems, with what we actually host as a service there, about cloud becoming the bedrock of digital economy. And all of a sudden, we have allowed it collectively to drift away to being called as an asset class. No, it is not. It is still a technical services play. We need to get control back over this narrative.
Thank you. And Mark?
I think, at Arup, we're seeing this being a very exciting space. The data center world. We, look at the predictions for Southeast Asia over the next few years. It's really exciting to be in this industry. We've been doing this work for 20 years, but when I look now at the complexity of some of the things we're trying to do, not just the data centers themselves, but all the systems within them, and obviously the energy and water challenges that we see, to support them. It really is exciting to be here, and I think we've all got a really good future, everybody in the room, and yeah.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for our panelists, please. Thank you for joining me today.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the next round of major panels. Today we're going to be discussing what's holding back liquid cooling at scale. I'm pleased to be joined by Professor P.S. Lee, Head of Mechanical Engineering, National University of Singapore, Tony Gaunt, Vice President, Product Management for Vertiv, Colin Edison, Engineering Director at Zera DC, and last but not least, Derek Su, Senior Manager, Technical Design and Project Delivery, K2 Strategic. Right. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for joining me. First and foremost, I kind of like want to set the context a bit, right? So, like in one sentence each, right? What's the biggest blocker to liquid cooling at scale today? I'll start with UPS.
I think it has to be a system approach. I think oftentimes when we think about liquid cooling, it's actually the cold plates, the CDU, but it's much more than that, right? It's very much about the fluid, the quality, right? And how do you contain, for example, there's a leakage events, things like that. So it has to be a system approach for me.
Brilliant. Tony?
I gave you my answer earlier.
No.
One word, right? Nothing. Nothing's
Nothing.
holding it back
Nothing.
in principle of deploying. Perception, experience, awareness, a change in the industry's need to collaborate more. But from the fundamentals of holding it back, there's nothing holding it back. It's just our own limitations.
Colin?
I think that the one that I've seen, and particularly with in-flight projects and existing facilities, is actually structurally. The weights of these racks are growing at a rate that these buildings aren't being designed for, and particularly in Asia, where we're very commonly doing multi-story data centers, whereas the genesis of AI GPUs was in the United States, where they're single-story data centers, and structurally they have a lot more flexibility. So I think, particularly with existing facilities and maybe projects that are already in construction, the weight of liquid-cooled racks and the supporting equipment has not necessarily been accounted for. And I think people like engineering people and facility operators need to understand that and understand what their limitations are.
Awesome. Derek?
I think for me probably would be more, I don't think cooling technology is that much of an issue. I think it's very mature as well. But I would say the main thing holding back liquid cooling will probably be the standardization of the entire some liquid cooling ecosystem together with the operational readiness. I think definitely with the liquid cooling coming in, I think many of us, like hyperscalers developer, we are facing a choice of also taking on higher commercial risks as well together with the evolution. And I think all these are potentially what's holding back liquid cooling at scale today.
Brilliant. I kind of want to talk about the liquid cooling maturity piece here. I'll start with UPS. We've got liquid cooling moving kind of from like proof of concept to bespoke deployment, qualified platforms, and then to portfolio scale operating models. Where do you see the APAC market today on this maturity curve?
I think to really go for scale up the adoption, I think the standard or standardization is actually one area that we can work on. But I think as Tony mentioned, I think all the building blocks are already there, right? But if we can have actually standards to provide clarity, especially for the new so-called comers for liquid cooling, that probably will provide the clarity, right, in terms of how you design, operate, and maintain the liquid cooling infrastructure. So I think Singapore is actually taking leadership in this. So together with more than 20 colleagues from the DC ecosystem, we are in the final stage of actually finalizing a standard for liquid cooling. So Vertiv actually have a rep in that working group. So I think certainly with the standards actually coming out, I think that should actually help to accelerate the scale-up adoptions of liquid cooling.
Awesome. Tony, Derek, and Colin, do you agree with that assessment from where you're standing in the industry? I'll start with you, Tony.
Me or Derek? Do you want to go?
You go ahead first, it's all right.
Okay, thanks. I got a little bit of a different perspective because we are seeing deployments, but let's remember 2 years ago was really the time when liquid cooling as direct to chip, not immersion. Let's separate the two, right? As direct-to-chip first came to market, everybody started to learn, but we're still very much in a learning curve. The data centers people were building and were deploying in 1 year ago, 2 years ago, even 6 months ago, probably weren't designed as a liquid-cooled environment, to Colin's point, structurally, mechanically, and electrically. So we're still learning, we're still very new in this, and even to Derek's earlier point, the maturity when it comes to operate, maintain, fluid management is still very, very new. You know, those deployments we're talking about have still really only been there maybe a year, 18 months at absolute max. But I don't actually think we're at proof of concept. I think there's enough 500, 600, 800 gigawatts worth of liquid cooling already operating in the Southeast Asian market. But from a common knowledge perspective, the industry's still learning just what the issues are. It's having to relearn how to deploy, relearn how to maintain. The interconnectivity between liquid cooling and the airflow, depending on what workloads we're running, all of those elements, it becomes an extremely complex subject very, very fast once you start to peel back the layer of not just talking about liquid cooling as the liquid itself.
Yeah. Brilliant. Colin, Derek, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think fully agree. I think if you look at the maturity curve, right, generally for any technologies, there are always like, I think 4 or 5 stages. The piloting stage, then of course, then before we go on into the trying to scale it up. So I do think that right now, before we go to the standardization and then the massive deployment, and I would say that for liquid cooling as of now, we are probably at the early stages of scaling up. Yeah, I mean for us, like you just say, 2 years back or so, we were really looking liquid cooling as like, a testing ground to test it out, with minor, very specific deployments in certain projects. But even for us, like in K2 on my day-to-day job, when we are now, even liquid cooling is very much part of our standard design, where we have actually incorporated the flexibility of liquid cooling together with the air coolings throughout our data centers in the APAC region, where we operate as well. So, and I believe that will continue to grow as we standardize more, and then I think, it will be, we will be scaling up definitely a lot more in the years to come shortly. Yeah.
Awesome. Colin?
I think I fully agree with what Derek and Tony, and I understand where PS is coming from as well. This is, it's never going to be 100% liquid cooled, and that's what people need to understand, is there is always heat that radiates out that we are going to need air cooling for. And we're obviously going to have lower density racks, which we're going to need for network racks and things like that. So it's always going to be a balance, but, without quoting the numbers, it's the dominant force in workloads and what we're seeing in terms of fit out. So, it's no longer like, do we need to get some CDUs? Do we need to be ready for liquid cooling? It's the standard design now, and I think definitely, and that's happened in the last year. I think that's a fundamental shift.
Great.
Can I just pick up on something
Definitely.
you just said there, though, Kevin? It is when we're talking the hyperscalers and AI factories. If we go into the enterprise world,
Totally different.
maybe the government world, there's still a lot that is just perfectly fine running air-cooled. Right, and I know we're here because we're talking hyperscale and AI factories. That's the exciting stuff. But there's still the co-location and there's still the enterprise. There's still the guys who are running 10, 15, 20, maybe 30 kilowatts a rack. You don't need liquid. Air is perfectly fine. Right, but that's not the exciting stuff anymore because everybody's excited about liquid, right? That's why we're all sat up here right now.
But I fully agree. I feel in these conversations we always forget about the fact that the cloud workloads are still going to be there, right? Like it's not that you're replacing everything with AI workloads and all of a sudden you need liquid cooling. Great. You mentioned, Tony, direct-to-chip as becoming the more common kind of like options. But at the same time, we hear from NVIDIA, we hear from everyone, like hardware cycles are moving incredibly fast, right? Can standards realistically keep up pace with the GPU and server innovation?
I think we have to be very careful because the minute we start to talk about standards, we've got bodies, we've got a microphone. It does work. We got committees, we got all kinds of things going on, right? And typically we're seeing NVIDIA is now deploying a brand new design every year. Okay, the work that we're doing with those guys and other partners of theirs as well, we're 3 and 4 generations out. We have to be, because we've got to have the infrastructure in place that when it's ready for the deployments. I think standards is an interesting question, and maybe we go back to my earlier point. If we're talking an end-use case, if we're talking an enterprise case, if we're talking university, if we're talking government, yes, standards are required. If we're working on a pure AI factory, what do the AI guys need from a standards perspective? Do they care? It's their facility, right? They're providing the tokens. They're doing it however the hell they like. Why restrict them with standards? You know, there are always the usual standards when it comes to quality, manufacturing, design, deployment, health and safety. They're always a given. But why would we restrict those GPUs? Because frankly, if we spent time on a GPU when a GPU is first announced by Jensen at GTC, you're not going to have a standard by the time it's ready to deploy. It's going to be obsolete by the time you've got a standard. So I think we have to be careful about defined standards, but industry best practices always equalizes and rationalizes everybody in the industry together anyway. It defines itself.
That's a very fair point. I'm curious what PS thinks on this from a standards perspective.
I have a different perspective when it comes to standard. I think standards still provides the guidance, right? But standards are not meant to be cast in stone. I think that's something that we have to recognize. Obviously, hyperscalers are doing a lot, right? The fact that they control the IT, right? So there are a lot of things that they can do. They can actually do their internal standardization. But not to forget, like what you rightly pointed out, there's also the enterprise customer. There's actually the colos. Right, so the fact that in our working group, right, we actually have hyperscalers willing to spend their time to contribute the standard, I think that actually speaks to a volume. So I think it's really about using the standard in the right manner, right, and not be constrained unnecessarily by the standard. Plus, standard is supposed to be live, right? Standard is not meant to be rigid for 5-10 years. If, for example, the next generation of chipsets requires changes in how you provision cooling or even power, then the standard has to be updated. Yes, that's why we...
Very fair, very fair. Kind of like switching lens a bit, but kind of staying on the same topic here. Derek, I'm curious, how difficult is it for design data centers when the customer liquid cooling requirements are changing during the development cycle?
Well, to be honest, very difficult. Yeah, but I think we embrace all these kind of challenges, right? There are many layers of challenges when it comes to liquid cooling, right? I mean, from the rack density, whether it's 30, 40 where air can do, or now we are talking about 150 kilowatts or even up to 600 kilowatts or so. I think there are many different considerations, right? From the rack density to even the vendor's requirement, because liquid cooling is a bit different, right? A lot stems down from the stack level itself, from the rack level, what's the vendor's requirements, and it builds from inside out, right? We as hyperscalers, we can only build the shell and core, the infrastructure, but a lot of it, at the end of the day, we are building for our end users, the off-takers of it, and the requirement stems from them. And it's very different from previous kind of, where air cooling scope, right? When we design for air cooling, maybe the most important considerations for us would be like the supply air temperature, the SLA, the humidity inside the data hall. And we have that flexibility, to build the outer space of the fan wall units and stuff, whether we use chill water, whether you use DX. But liquid cooling is very different because it directly goes to the chips, goes to the racks, right? The flow, the pressure, the medium that we are using, the pipe sizes and all these are very specific to the end user's requirement, right? So I think that plays itself another layer of challenge for us, to when we actually really doing design activities and design works, right, on that. So I think that's the reason, back to Prof's point about standardization to that level is therefore essential in what I feel as well, right? It helps to basically contain the liquid cooling requirements, and so we know, well, at a broad-based approach, what can we really do and how much flexibility we can afford, in our design for the end users as well. Yeah.
Brilliant answer here. Colin, kind of staying on the same topic, like how does that uncertainty basically affect campus level planning and investment decision?
Well, as I was joking to Tony earlier, if you just sign up your customer before you buy your land, it's not a problem. Which
fair enough.
That's the easy way to do data centers, but it's never reality. What we try and look at is, it's a range of what's the biggest, what's the smallest possible path that it'll go down. And if we design and we build the biggest, the project's probably not profitable, and we all lose our jobs. So it's very difficult to get it right when you're doing campus master planning, because you're trying to allow for, who's got the lowest chilled water supply temperature, and who's got who's got the most onerous redundancy requirements in terms of the amount of generators and other equipment needed. And I think I look at liquid cooling as actually a lot better than a lot of the other parts of the data center in terms of you can tweak you can tweak temperatures, you can tweak some things without fundamentally having to change the data center. We don't have to add an extra floor. We don't have to, completely change the way that we're, bringing water to site, or we're not fundamentally changing the PUE so much that we need an extra transformer. So I think one of the great things about the liquid cooling fundamentals is that it is quite flexible in that some of the changes are, yes, there'll be one customer wants this temperature and that customer wants that temperature. Most cases, it's not making a fundamental change to the design, but it's changing energy efficiency and maybe a few pipes have got to be upsized and things like that. But it's as long as you know about it as early as possible, it doesn't affect your campus planning. Now, one thing that we find is for a lot of these projects that are in such a hurry to get built, and they're being built in communities where data centers are starting to get a bit of a bad name. So the planning process is super critical, and getting your project out for planning is really important. And when you go for planning, you have to pick a building size. And often you're doing that before you know exactly what the liquid cooling and the mechanical systems and everything's going to be inside that building. So we typically have to make a guess on what it's going to be, and we usually oversize it a bit in planning, noting that hopefully with more understanding of what the changing requirements will be, and then there could be a new NVIDIA chip that's going to change that. We can hopefully shrink the building, which is generally okay. So yeah, looking at you're looking at a 6-building AI campus. We're generally trying to start big and make it small. That's the way I look at it.
Sounds good. Kind of like when we're talking about liquid cooling, and especially direct to chip, we always say like liquid cooling is basically ready to scale, right? What should we actually mean? Megawatts installed, workloads actually running, repeatable design, supply chain maturity, operational confidence. How is that from your point of view, Colin?
Repeat the question. I lost the first.
Sorry. So we're talking about scaling liquid cooling, right? So what does that actually mean? Like, are we talking about megawatts installed, workloads actually running, repeatable design, supply chain maturity, or a little bit of everything?
I think for scaling, everything's so modular now. We're ultimately looking at everything in blocks, and that's across the industry, and it's really about how modular you're going to make it. We don't want to build too much up front. We want to obviously wait till we get the demand and we get the money, and then we can slowly bring it out. So I think scaling liquid cooling, the way I see it, is just ultimately having everything in defined blocks sizes, and then as demand or as more customers come on board, you can just scale accordingly. Yeah, I think hopefully that was...
Oh, definitely. Tony, your thoughts on this?
All of the above is, again, the simple answer. But the thing we've got to consider here is what we're talking liquid cooling. There's also the other side of it called electricity.
Very fair.
Right? And everything we're talking about here, let's not lose track of the fact that there's the liquid cooling, but then there's all of the power that goes with this. So when we're talking about standards, when we're talking about normalizing designs, when we're talking about construction, we're talking about supply chain, and we're talking about speed and scale, right? So the key here is not just the liquid cooling element, but it's actually what are we deploying. It's the megawatts, and ultimately it's the tokens, time to token and the dollars per token. That's really what we're talking about here. So it flows into all of the reticulation that we're referencing. Part of the issue, to Colin's earlier point about you need a tenant first, that's the ideal world, right? To Derek's point, how many times do we reiterate a design? You can liquid cooling, sure, it is a little bit of tweaking. Electrically, do I have a UPS or not is a pretty fundamental conversation to have, right? Is it modular, is it not modular? How are we actually going to deploy this? So we got to take that view, and I think the way in which we're scaling, again, back to the industry, taking all of those elements together, we need to be thinking about, again, I mentioned it earlier, that collaboration. Okay, supply chain, as a supplier, you come and ask me for 100 chillers in 12 weeks, it ain't happening. Right? It's just physically not possible. Not only can I probably not build them in time, you ain't going to be able to accept them on site. Right? You got no way to accept 25 semi-trailers in a week. Okay, so it's the way that we actually all have to understand and manage that. We're forgetting the fact we're talking hundreds of megawatts and even gigawatts now. A megawatt used to be big. That's two UPSs. Stop. That's 2 UPSs, right? It's nothing in the scale of what we're doing now. We're now talking hundreds. We're talking tens of thousands of batteries or not batteries. The amount of liquid that we're transporting, the amount of stainless steel piping that's being installed. We're building 25, 50, 100 meg in the time we used to build 5. Right? So we as an entire industry, never mind us, but the GCs, the designers, the testing agents, the commissioning agents, the QSs, everybody who's involved in all of this has to be able to scale as well. And I don't really want to go into the conversation about workforce and skilled workforce and the restrictions we have, but that becomes a very significant part of it as well.
Kind of like, so when we're bringing liquid cooling because we've got a new kind of like type of workload essentially, right? And I think, Tony, when we were discussing this, you made the point that cooling design has to essentially start from the IT stack rather than the building, right? So what information do data center designers you think need from the IT side before they can make the right cooling decisions?
Again, cooling, everything we say about cooling, think power as well. Okay, the two go side by side. We need to know what's actually being deployed, ideally at a rack level, how many kilowatts per rack. But also, the bulk of the workloads we're seeing right now are not all liquid-cooled racks. There's still network racks, there's still CPU racks. So the way in which these racks and rows are deployed, what's the capacity at rack level, row level, and room level, has to be the starting point. Okay. Ideally, we know who the tenant is, because their IT stack will be specific to them. Okay. Same with the GPUs. Okay. The difficulty, though, is because the GPUs are moving so fast in terms of development, how do I design and build a data center today on the 11th of June, 2026, that Colin and Derek can build at scale in 27 through 28, depending on the size of the campus, and it still be electrically and mechanically relevant, and structurally, to your earlier point. That's where we actually start to have to second guess. We got to work together and understand just who's doing what, where, and when. Right, and we've never done that before because, Derek, you said it, we build a structure, got the shell and core there, the mechanical and power, we just rinse and repeat what we used to do before, depending on redundancy levels. Now we can't do that.
Very fair. Derek, from an operator perspective, what are your thoughts on this as well?
I think I know this topic is more on the liquid cooling, but fundamentally another important point that we have all been mentioning, right? As a hyperscaler developer, we actually also have that air cooling component that we need to do, right? When we design a data center or the whole building, we are not just purely looking at how much liquid cooling we're going to deploy. What is the percentage of air cooling that we are going to be deploying, right? And the general trend is that yes, while we are always utilizing 100% of the data center may operate at 100%, but we tend to, because of the uncertainty in the percentage of liquid to air, then we tend to over-design. Sometimes, the components, like I can give for example, maybe you design it for like 90% liquid, and then maybe you need to have design for another 30% air, right? And then I think all that obviously leads to higher capex and everything, and we have to the cost pass on, so on and so forth, which is not good for everybody, right? In this ecosystem as well. So I just want to highlight to that, David, to that point about air is we still have to factor in the air cool considerations, not just the small amount of air cool that is needed to for the network and everything, but sometimes there are also dedicated facilities within the hyperscaler building itself that needs to be dedicated to the network racks itself as well, that the end users will require as well. So that is also another important component for us to always consider when we are designing a DC facilities for that. But one to add on, but I do see quite one important benefits about liquid cooling, where Tony, you're mentioning about power, is that I think we all allude to the point and know the point is very well that the higher the percentage of liquid cooling that we can use, right, the PUE will get better as well, right? And the trend is that the temperature, right, previously when we were always designing for air cooling, the true water temperature needs to last, previously 10 degrees, now we are pushing 20 degrees supply, 27 return. But the good thing about liquid cooling is that it helps us a lot, is that you don't really need that lower temperature to really cool the chips, right? It can be like 40 degrees or even up to 45 degrees to cool the chips. And of course, higher temperature that goes to the chips, obviously that equates to, savings, power savings. So yeah, I think as the industry involved and as we scale liquid cooling, we will see a lot of advantages, coming in, at the power side as well, and we reap the benefits of it as well.
Right. I had just one more point. One thing that and this is probably harks back to when I was a designer for a consultant, understanding because we always just get given a number. It's going to be 100 megawatts, and you're like, great. And so it's 100 megawatts on all the time. It's just a flat line. It never was in the cloud days, and it's getting even worse with AI. So, if you're designing a 100 megawatt facility with liquid cooling that only runs at 10 megawatts most of the time, you fundamentally need to change your design. And particularly with our friends who commission and operate these facilities, that is a major risk for them, is the variations in load. And we could talk all day electrically about the impact it has and the need for BESS and all this sort of stuff. But I think on the liquid cooling side, that's another factor that we need to do. And as you mentioned before, Derek, we're designing cooling systems for 150% and higher in some cases for the white space, because the rack itself changes from more air-cooled to more liquid-cooled. And I think there's not enough data at the moment to properly inform us how that works. And it's almost like a mystery how the data center is actually going to operate when you turn it on. And I think we're going to start to see, there's going to be a lot of lessons learned about how these large-scale data centers operate over time, over the course of a given day. And, that may fundamentally change how we design the data centers going forward.
Very fair. Kind of like, again, remaining on that operator perspective a bit. How realistic is it to support, let's say, multiple cooling architectures in the same facility or campus, right? So we got direct-to-chip and we've got immersion. How is that from the operator point of view?
If you've got space, you've got structure, you can do anything.
Fair.
The question's also like, should you have separate chilled water loops for your air-cooled and your liquid-cooled racks? And economically, that doesn't always make sense, but from an energy efficiency point of view, it's fantastic, and it allows you to do a lot of other things. But then you say, well, what if there's multiple different types of temperature, and we've got two-phase cooling, we've got again, we're not seeing a lot in our data centers of immersion cooling, but there are, again, different chips, different racks doing different things, and therefore one size fits all cooling solution is not necessarily the best thing for them. So each project's different, and so we can't say you should always do separate chilled water loops and have dry coolers and chillers and separate loops, or look at it that way. But I think it's something that's definitely making a lot more sense as we go forward. But again, you're doing 150% of the load. You're not totally sure how the racks are going to operate. So the way that I've personally been doing it is still leaning back towards having a single chilled water loop and having ultimately different pieces of equipment connected to that, and so that still maintains the most flexibility. And then therefore, if your customer requirements change, you can still tweak the percentages of liquid cooling.
Awesome. Derek?
Yeah, I think just to add on to that, I think single water loop, but I think there's also sometimes we have the limitations of how much IT capacity, the end users will really want to put on one particular loop as well, right? They will always expect more, redundancy for obvious reasons on us. But definitely, I think back to the point as well, it's definitely very, very feasible for us to really design this, for different types of, whether it's immersion cooling, direct-to-chip cooling, or whether it's using AALC, rear door heat exchanger. It's very possible. We can have a mix of all that. But yeah, I think definitely for immersion cooling right now, I would say it's still at a very early stage, or I would say piloting phase right now at this moment. I don't think it's really deployed at a large scale. But on liquid cooling itself, immersion cooling and direct-to-chip liquid cooling, I think it's on a different spectrum right now, and direct-to-chip is definitely pushing the way ahead as well. Yeah.
Definitely. Thanks for that. I kind of want to focus now on the APAC region, right? Like when we're looking at data centers, it's safe to say that the white space, for example, is going to be the part of the data center that's most globally standardized, right? And the gray space essentially kind of needs to be localized. P.S. I'm really curious to hear from you. What do you think, what does APAC's climate mean for liquid cooling design?
I think one obvious implication is actually heat rejection, right? So if you are operating data center in the temperate climate, right, at least during the winter season, you may be able to take advantage of free cooling. But here in the tropics, or probably the APAC, right? So occasions for free cooling will be very, very limited. And related to that, obviously, is actually water consumption, right? For example, data center operating in Indonesia or in Singapore, a lot of them are actually still using wet cooling tower. And for locations that are water stressed, I think certainly that this becomes an issue. So we've heard about the applications, right, for the data center in JB were not approved, right, because of the water considerations. Yeah, so I think this is one of the key differentiating factors between the data centers in APAC versus the temperate climate. But I think, having said so, I think the APAC actually has the opportunity to be actually more innovative, to be honest, right? In temperate climate, when it comes to like the recovery of waste heat, right? Space heating is a no-brainer, right? Or you can actually integrate with your district heating the network. But here in the tropics or in the APAC, the needs for heating is actually very limited. But having said so, right? So if we are very intentional, right? But it has to happen, for example, at the master planning level, where you intentionally co-locate the data centers, right, with industries that requires low-grade heat. Then I think it can be more sustainable. So I think it's a challenge, but I think it's also an opportunity. But I think to Tony's earlier point, it has to be a very collaborative approach, right? It cannot just rely on a particular vendor to provide the solution. I think the industry, the government agency, the academia really needs to come together. I think this is really the opportunity for us to define what sustainable data center will look like, right? Not just for APAC region, right? If we do it right, I think it can be for the global.
Brilliant. So we mentioned waste heat reuse, right? Which basically, as we all know, with liquid cooling, we essentially have like warmer liquid loops, right? So Tony, how much can warmer liquid loops help, and where do climate and water constraints still limit the benefit?
Let's come back and answer the question before.
Go for it. Right. Go for it.
You asked the question about climate and liquid cooling.
Yeah.
It doesn't affect liquid cooling. Right? It's a liquid cooling loop, okay? What it does affect is the air cooling, okay? So when we're thinking about this one, we can talk about temperate, we can talk about Southeast Asia. We've basically got Australia, we got Korea, we got Japan, all very, very useful for when it comes to free cooling. Very, surprisingly, especially in Australia, there's a lot of time in which free cooling can work. So you can optimize the temperatures there from the air cooling perspective. From the liquid cooling perspective, liquid cooling is liquid cooling. Okay, we have to run liquid cooling loops. So I think free cooling is a little bit of an issue in terms of how we'd achieve that from the pure liquid cooling, running the PG down to the chip. So there's that aspect. I think we're in one of those awkward situations right now in the industry where we're talking about scale on this slide here, but it's also speed as well. And everybody's building, and we can have this, we've got this holistic view of what's right. District heating, heat reuse. But right now, everybody just wants to build, and they want to build fast, and they want to build big, and it's that race that everybody's working on. And I think, unfortunately, the sustainability concept and heat reuse, we haven't calmed down yet from this race to then be moving on to sustainability and heat reuse. And the paradox is, we're talking hundreds of megawatts, and it's the ideal situation for doing so. But as Colin mentioned earlier, we've also got the media and the politics and the not in my backyard concept of, I don't want that 500 megawatt data center sitting next door to me, thank you very much, because somebody in the press has told me the diesel generators run 24/7. So I believe them. And I'm going to tell you all about it because I'm going to tell you about it on social media.
Get ready for his soapbox.
And I know, that'll do. I'm not going there today. All right?
Fair enough.
But so I think we have to be careful. We want heat reuse. But there's also the economics around that as well as an operator. So we're probably going to end up in a world where people will need incentivizations or penalties, preferably the incentives, or even the social awareness to do it because that's the right thing to do.
Yep, that does make a lot of sense. Right, is it fair to say that how should I put this? There is this risk of over-designing for liquid cooling demand that at the end of the day may not fully materialize, right? Derek, I'm curious, how should developers think about future-proofing without essentially creating stranded capacity?
Well, I think to answer that, I don't think it's just like how we should. I think it's a joint collaboration from all parties, right? Because again, our requirements always stems from our customer as well. We do our best, of course, to try to make our design as flexible as possible. Like, I don't think the issue right now, you can only design as much, like to get our bearding, our AI beardings to be liquid ready, all right, or with liquid flexibility. But what we often, when we are doing that, we tend to always fear to then optimize the architecture and the infrastructure of it, right? Like when we are very familiar with true water system, once we know how we deploy, then we can start focusing on how to optimize the true water system from vendors level up to the designers levels on how to get the most out of it to improve the kilowatt per hour ton, for instance, right? But for liquid cooling at this moment, I think all we are purely is focusing on, hey, we are not thinking too much about it, but what we are focusing right now more is how to get the ratio correct, how to get the air to liquid ratio correct, how to get the type of liquid, whether is it for 132 kilowatt, 144, 150 kilowatt racks, right? So yeah, I would say there is no one single answer, but it's really it has to be a collaboration from the end users all the way to the vendors, to us as well, work together to try to get the best out of it. Yeah, so we can
Fair enough. Colin, your thoughts?
Data centers are full of equipment that doesn't get used.
I know.
It's like, it's almost their signature. But no, I agree, and I like, how can we justify that we've oversized all this equipment for when we're only using a small portion of it? But that it's the race, right? It's to be ready on time to win that contract is often about meeting a deadline, and so risks have to be taken when it comes to design. And from a sustainability perspective, it doesn't sit always so well with me that we do have a lot of equipment that doesn't always get used, but that's starting to change a little bit. I think I think we are seeing stepping away from necessarily having generators for, particularly with AI workloads as well, is that we can scale that back. Maybe on liquid cooling, there will be an opportunity as well for us to scale that back. But I think also, it's a 50 kilowatt rack. You size 50 kilowatts of liquid cooling, it'll probably get used. I don't think that the density per rack kind of thing is it's usually about right. And if anything, obviously sometimes we can be under. It can't be over, otherwise we can't sell the space. But I think that the amount of stranded capacity, at least on the liquid cooling side, is pretty low compared to what it sometimes might be on other parts of the system. But I think also redundancy is, we're not doing N plus N anymore. We are looking at, we still have to consider our 5.9s and block sizes and whatever else. But this industry is now at a point where we've been doing, these kinds of buildings for 10 years, and we've got pretty good at working out exactly what's needed. And our customers are the same, because they often either they rent our space or they build their own, so they know what they want. I think we've got pretty good at only providing what's needed and not leaving. And also, like, if we overbuy equipment, hopefully we can just use it on the next building, right? There is flexibility as well in terms of, you can move things around, and as a business, you need to be flexible in that, you may be over ordering things and you can deal with it later.
Very fair. Derek, when we were discussing this, testing and commissioning came out as a major gap for liquid cooling systems, right? Especially when we're talking about fluid handling, flushing, glycol management, acceptance testing, and so on and so forth. How do you see this from your point of view? And as well as that, what actually needs to change before liquid cooling can be commissioned en masse or at scale, if you will?
Yeah. I think how they are, because like K2 as a turnkey provider, we have been talking about how we design, how we suit for the customers. But after all that, what happens next, of course, is our commissioning phase before we can hand it over. And of course, I think we can all acknowledge that there is, manpower shortage, skilled labor shortage. But one important thing is coming to commissioning right now at this moment. The industry is really still at a very early stage for that, right? Many of us here, even embarking on our liquid cooling projects, which only spiked up in the past 2 years, a lot of us are diving right into the commissioning and doing like a lot of trial and errors, right? Hey, what is going to work best? Okay, the secondary pipe, please do not burst. That kind of stuff, how to manage all the leakages during the commissioning stages. So there is no straight answer, but I would say it's just the way that for the industry to evolve, we just have to do more, scale more, and as we picked up from those mistakes and we learn how to improve on it, so that we can, on a commissioning level, then we can build on that as well. And that's something that we realize is fundamentally very important, because we want to hand over any buildings to our customer, making sure that it is properly tested all the way to from L1 to L5 or even L6 as well. Yeah. So So on our end there, what we are trying to do is we're also trying to build our own in-house commissioning team to work together with third parties, so that hopefully we can also standardize on the commissioning methods, on how to carry out the commissioning of the liquid cooling. Yeah. And I won't go on after commissioning to the operations as well, right? Operations will be another case to to manage as well, on how to get skilled people who knows how to manage the liquid cooling system to be operating our data centers as well. Yeah.
Brilliant. Kind of like remaining on your point about collaboration. Tony, is there anything you think that vendors should be doing to make the handover and operations easier?
Oh, my fault? Is it my fault now?
No. I'm just asking. I'm asking for the vendor view.
The scariest thing for me right now on test and commission is fluid management. Integrity of the fluid and the secondary fluid network that this stuff's flowing through, right? Just today we were having a conversation about somebody who's suggesting using scheduled steel for their secondary fluid network. Please don't use that. There's a reason for stainless steel. Very, very valid reason for using stainless steel. So to the standards perspective, there are very definite requirements for standards in terms of the quality of what we actually want to test, commission, and operate. Okay, that is one of the most paramount things. The entire flush of the fill of that fluid network, if you do not get that right from day one in CX3, 4, 5, 6 might pass, but dear God, something's going to happen bad later down the line. We will be shot blasting GPUs if we're not careful. So there's the standardization and creating the time, which is another issue, to actually do this right instead of learning on the fly and trying to solve on shift number 3 in a day is so paramount right now. The amount of fluid, the pressure of the fluid to your pipe, when those pipes burst, it goes everywhere. And there's a reason why it's bright green. You can sure as hell tell when it's happened, right? We've got to be, as an industry, very, very aware of that in our rewriting and our redefining of all of our test and commission scripts. That will lead on to years 1 through 10 plus in terms of the viability of that facility.
Oh, essentially, kind of building up on that again, we basically need a new operating rule book, right? We shouldn't adapt all their cooling or all their cooling kind of like methodologies or practices for liquid cooling. On that note, what are the first assumptions the industry needs to abandon? Tony.
First of all, following the exact regimes it used to follow with air. I mean, air is still a key requirement. Even if we're only running 30-40% of air, that's still significantly more kilowatts of air and airflow and volume that we've ever had in the industry before. Okay, so I think we've got to actually just park where we think we are as experts, as organizations and individuals, and actually be prepared to go out there and work together and understand and learn from each other. This is a good industry, and it's a very friendly industry, and we all get along really, really well, and we all like to learn. And sometimes war stories is a good idea.
Yep.
Very difficult. We've tried it as vendors to actually sit everybody down and tell me what went wrong. I'm not doing it if he's there. I'm not doing that. Never works. But I think we just got to. I guess I'm dancing around because I don't have a very definitive answer. Is the truth?
I don't think there is a definitive answer.
There isn't, because everything is new. And I'm sick and tired of saying this. I'm hoping one day we do have the rule book. But at the moment, from a pure liquid cooling deployment perspective, there is not a defined CX3 through 6 process yet. It's being written pretty much as we do it.
Building the plane as we fly it, I think.
We're building we're not building it, we're designing the dam. Right?
While in the air.
While it's in the air. And I don't know that that'll ever slow down. I'm hoping that by the time we get into the 200, 300, 600 kilowatt racks, we'll at least have some stability in what those testing and commissioning practices need to be, and then it just becomes a function of size and scale. That's what I would hope will happen. But time will tell.
Right. I do wanna just a bit open the conversation on skills, right? P.S. Where do you think the skills gap is most urgent right now? Is it on the design side of things, commissioning, operations, maintenance, or just overall understanding of these systems?
I think it's overall, and importantly, it shouldn't be, for example, just mechanical skill set in silo, electrical skill sets in silo. I think really there's need to sort of train the talent so that they appreciate, right? Especially when it comes to AI data center, AI workload, it needs to be a integrated stack. So I think at NUS we are actually working with our economic development board to start a data center specialization program, right? To train our third and fourth year mechanical and electrical students, right? So it will comprise of internship, right? A 20-week plus 8-week long internship, plus 2 semester long capstone project, right? And closely with data center industry players, right? Be it operators or solution vendors, right? So that the students actually get trained in the relevant aspects pertaining to the next generation of data centers. Because otherwise, you will end up a case where our graduate, right? The graduate with the theories and principles, but don't really understand how the theory principles are actually applied in the industry. So that's why we thought actually this is an opportunity for the Institute of Higher Learning, right, to make our education more relevant, more industry relevant. I think that hopefully can also help to address the talent gap in the data center industry.
Awesome. I'm curious.
Can I just add
definitely,
to that?
Definitely, go for it. Go for it.
Prof, on that, I think that's a very good move. Actually, I myself was from NUS, mechanical as well. Yeah. So I think it's a good move from the academic level now that we are doing that. Because back then, I think many years back, there was no such things. And then, a lot of things will have to be learned on the job as well. So, having a test bed and stuff in NUS, being able to cater to the students in the year 3, year 4, to have hands-on experience to, to really apply what they learn from liquid fluid models, thermodynamic models into the liquid. I think that's a fantastic move. Yeah, just about it.
Colin, how do you see the skills gap from your point of view?
It's a very relevant topic at the moment, particularly with if you believe everything you read in the press in terms of the scale of projects that are about to hit. Each country is very different as well, I think. If in Australia it might be electricians, for example. There's just a huge skills gap in terms of tradespeople who can do that, and Australia won't do immigrant tradespeople, right? So it's a very that's a very different issue to say India or Japan, right? And Japan's obviously got they've got capacity gaps in just about every sector in terms of the data center world. But I think we're standardizing a lot of this, right? We're trying to do as much as we can in modular in the factory and then truck it to site. So, I think there's a lot of manufacturing, and Tony can probably talk about the manufacturing skills gap more than I can, but I think there's going to be a huge uplift in terms of manufacturing jobs that need to happen. I think, design, we're all going to be replaced by AI anyway first, I think, Derek. So there won't be a skills gap there. Claude's already doing half of my job. No, I'm there. Okay. But I think, again, it'll be different in every country. Can we tackle it as a region? Can we share skills across regions? Maybe, but I think ultimately, centralizing functions and ensuring that, you can move quickly because you maybe haven't set up a team in that country that you want to develop a data center, but you can support that project from another region where you have the capabilities, I think is one of the ways to deal with it. But governments are becoming obviously very protective of the, what's in it for them with this AI boom. So they'll want to build jobs in the local countries. So that's a temporary fix, but I think long term, everything we're talking about, it's putting the time in at a university level. It's also looking at transferring people from industries that may be in decline, hopefully oil and gas, for example. I've worked with a lot of guys who have come from oil and gas. I've worked with guys who were in the US Navy, for example, and they're fantastic DC operations guys. So
what's more mission critical than being, do you know what I mean?
They're like, I don't have to keep the rack cool. I had to keep a nuclear core cool. This is easy, right? So I think that people have to look outside the box in terms of it's not just university graduates. It's not just, us stealing each other's talent. It's about bringing people into the industry from other sectors and putting the time in to train them up as well. And that's hard, right? Because we're all so busy. Who's got time to train up new people? But that's what we need to find time to do. Otherwise, we will stop as an industry because we'll just run out of talent.
Fair enough. Sadly, we only have 30 seconds till we finish. So, as kind of like a closing question to pretty much all of you, looking 2, 3, 5 years ahead, where are we with our liquid cooling adoption in APAC? I'll start with you, PS.
I think we were still the starting the journey. Although I think in terms of capacity, indeed it's really the hundreds of megawatt, right? But I think there are still the details that the industry as a whole has to learn, right? So as to make sure that the liquid cooling can be done in a reliable fashions. Yeah, also taking care of, for example, the heat rejection, managing the water consumption, things like that. So I think we are still on the journey, and I think the industry really needs to come together to share the learning points, right? So the whole industry as a whole can actually progress in a faster fashion.
Awesome. Tony?
2 to 3 years' time, liquid cooling's normal. Simple as that.
Of it.
Just the size and the scale of it will be a different conversation. We know it's going to happen. Okay, we know where right now NVIDIA is the key. Okay, I don't know China's deployment of its GPUs or its developments as well as I do know what NVIDIA's are. We know it's going to be liquid cooling. Okay, it will be normal.
Fair enough. Colin?
I really can't say anything as simple as that, really.
Makes sense. Colin?
I very much agree. It will become standard, but I guess how we do data centers may be completely different, right? Like in terms of are they land-based, water-based, space-based, who knows? Liquid cooling in space is a totally different question. So, and I think if we stay on the linear or exponential growth, and ultimately we just add higher density because AI needs to do things in 30 years that it's certainly not doing now, such as world domination. It's going to need to be, we're going to have 50 megawatt racks, for example, right? It's just going to be this, and in which case you're like, well, what fluid can do that? Like we'll have to invent new things. We're going to have to. It'll be very similar like the last 2 years. We'll just be inventing as we go, and we will be making it up as we go. But it'll just quickly become the new normal, and I'm hopefully none of us are working in the industry in 30 years' time. I'll ask my kids.
I might be. You might not be.
Lovely. Derek?
I think for us, we are always getting ahead, right? What we are doing now is actually we are planning for what is going to happen in 2 to 4 years. And then what will happen in 2 years later, it will be what we are planning for the next 6 to 8 years from now, right? So, I mean, it's again, the most important thing is always close collaboration between it. And that's exactly all these changes and AI-driven that is making our whole industry so exciting for everyone. Yeah, that hopefully we are all passionate in doing this line of work. Yeah.
Brilliant. Gents, thank you so much. Thanks, everyone, for listening. Thank you, people on live stream, for tuning in. And tune in for the next one.
Thanks, Vlad.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the main stage. My name is Charlotte Truman. I am the Compute, Storage and Networking Editor at DCD, and thank you for joining us for today's session, Sustainability at Breaking Point, How Do We Rebuild Momentum? I'm very excited to be joined by a panel of experts for this discussion, and I will let them introduce themselves, starting with Lena.
Working? Yes. Hi, I'm Lena Remy. I lead a team of sustainability engineers at AWS in the data center engineering organization. And what my team is focusing on is figuring out how to reduce the embodied carbon of our data centers. So I'm talking about the construction materials that are going into our data center buildings.
Hi everyone. I'm Cindy, Director of Customer Engagement and ESG at ESR. ESR will have a data center presence across key markets in APAC, Australia, Japan, South Korea, Hong Kong, and India. And today I'm looking forward to sharing our APAC developer and operators' perspective, how we navigate different APAC markets to ensure and deliver both DC capacity and sustainability. Yeah.
Hi, everybody. My name is Benoit Boudreau, or Ben for short. I'm the Chief Technology Officer at Zera DC. We've recently launched Zera DC as a new brand earlier this year, so if you don't know about us, hopefully now you do. We're a data center developer operator headquartered out of Singapore, but we're an APAC platform. We've been incubated by a company called AGP Sustainable Real Assets, so I'm looking forward to discuss from the point of view of an operator and from a technical point of view how data center and sustainability are, what's happening today and how it relates to sustainability and development.
Hello, everybody. My name is Mo. I'm the founder and the CEO of Hydroleap. Hydroleap is a technology developer and help the data centers, hyperscalers, co-locations to be as efficient as possible when it comes down to the water, even as the interface of it to the energy. And we mainly operate, we are headquartered in Singapore, but also we operate across a lot of countries around the APAC, Indonesia, Malaysia, Australia, Philippines, Thailand. So, yep.
Perfect. Thank you, guys. I guess a good place to start for this session might be what are the attitudes of the data center industry towards sustainability? Have they evolved in recent years? Have they improved, or are they getting worse? How have attitudes changed?
I'll start. I think things are moving in a positive way, although we have to start by saying we've still got a lot of ways to go. Sustainability, in my view, used to be something that was somewhat back-solved and also just more like a reporting function rather than anything that drove meaningful inputs or outputs into data center developments. So nowadays, I think we're seeing a lot more development on making sure that the designs are efficient, making sure that the use of utilities, electricity, water, and materials are all done well. And so using sustainability as an engineering function up front actually helps get better designs. And I think governments and operators in the industry are waking up to that. We still have a lot of ways to go, but thankfully, it's not just something that was a corporate, a corporate reporting function anymore. So we've got some work to do as an industry, but things are trending in the right direction.
I guess just add to that. I think one of the big reasons of that attitude change, while there's a lot of way to go, because if you look at it historically, actually sustainability has always had a bit of the negative tonations. They always think that sustainability means more cost, more time, more reporting, and more probably governance around it. But when you look at sustainability, not necessarily from that angle, when you look at it from the efficiency angle, then you look at sustainability from an angle of it means that how can I become more efficient? And again, not just to meet up with some governance or some criteria, how to become more efficient to save money, to become more agile, specifically with the pace of the data centers and development. We just heard it from a previous panel that how quickly things are. Everybody wants to be standardized, but the pace of it is insane. So if you look at it from sustainability from that angle, I would say it makes you more nimble, it makes you more agile, and that is a good thing.
Agreeing with Ben and Mo that sustainability is not disappearing. And it used to be a reporting and compliance exercise, and now it's really being called in our business decision making. So now when we talk about sustainability, we are not just talking about carbon reporting, PUE, WUE. It has expanded to power availability, renewable energy, and increasingly community engagement. So what we see across APAC is that the requirements are rising from investors, from customers, and also from the community. So our point of view is that we don't see sustainability disappearing. The bar is rising. So the key question is how we embed sustainability and turn them into opportunities so that we can scale responsibly across APAC.
On AWS side, we've been working toward our climate pledge goals of water positive in 2030 and net zero in 2040 since 2019 now. So this has not changed. I would say that now it's more like systematized in the sense that what we do on sustainability is going into the core function. It's going into our specification, in our design specification, so that everybody is like getting used to it. So I think the attitude shift is more like it becomes more standard and people get used to talking about carbon emission and how we can reduce them.
The companies are starting to view it more as an opportunity rather than like a roadblock or a challenge or just something that they can like add on at the end, tick and be like, this is nice for us to have.
Yeah, I agree. And I would say yes and. In our view, sustainability is not only useful and I guess positive for the development, but we've taken a view at Xera DC that it's a long-term de-risking function for projects as well. And so being, and I'm sure we'll talk about local communities and social license in a minute, but for the long-term development of these projects, we do see that sustainability and doing things right is also a de-risking function. So the data center industry used to have very hard targets to hit, right? PUE, cost, time to market, the amount of quantity of power you needed to develop. Emissions, scope 1, 2, and 3, are increasingly being weighted in that equation as well. And not only the emissions themselves, but also the social license go a long way towards the long-term development. Data centers are very sensitive to risks, right? Could be risks of any kind, construction risk, etc. The long-term risk of not doing sustainability right is, in our view, very important. And so we've taken a long view that doing sustainability right from the start de-risks his projects fundamentally.
In some markets, just take an example from Australia. So we do see sustainability as a good opportunity. So in Australia, there's good availability of renewable energy. There's grid support and market support. So we are planning for battery energy storage solutions. Yeah. So yeah, we can use the load fluctuation from our data centers and support the grid so that the grid is more resilient. Yeah, there's also good supply chain in Australia. So in some markets where we are seeing the ecosystem is more developed, so sustainability is an opportunity in this market. And for the more emerging markets, we try to push the boundaries and push the sustainability bars in this market, take the lesson learned from some other markets and engage with the ecosystem in these markets. Yeah.
I just add something to it. A bit of the change of the tone. Also, sustainability, we need to pay attention what are we talking about, right? And just a bit of the background. Around a month ago, I had a keynote speech in Jakarta. I had a typical presentation that I had, but when I sat down in the middle of the night before I go to sleep, I was like, I just have something inside me was kicking me that I shouldn't be talking about the typical stuff I talk about. I erased the whole presentation, so I created a debunking myth. So, and what I wanted to do, and it got a very good engagement as well. I realized that a lot of us, including myself, and a lot of operators, vendors, there's a lot of sustainability topics that we talk about, but there's a myth to it, right? I can go along the list of it, but I can see that people talk about, for example, they think that if they choose this method, that means that, for example, they use so little energy or they don't use any water. As long as if the market or ecosystem you're looking at it, that small narrative, I think is going to be a problem. We need to expand that boundaries of what we're looking. I'll give you an example of it. Liquid cooling. Still, a lot of people think that if they use liquid cooling, which is adopting great for the industry, but they think that it's going to use no water. But that's not true. You can break the rules of thermodynamics, right? So heat got to go somewhere. So where is it going to go? So that's where every single topics of sustainability, we need to look at it from that angle. And that's where we can increase the efficiency.
So Cindy, you were saying that kind of attitude, market dependent, right? Some markets are kind of more kind of evolved with this than others. Is this the case from like different company sizes as well? So like hyperscalers like AWS obviously can invest a lot and do a lot of work around this because they are building a lot of data centers. But for smaller companies, is it sometimes harder with the sustainability element, especially in terms of cost, if you weighing up the investment at the beginning versus kind of long-term return on investment? Is that something that's playing into this bigger picture as well?
Yeah, certainly. I think with AI and sustainability, the solutions we are looking at right now are energy solutions, advanced liquid cooling, battery solution, district heating. So all these infrastructure investment required large upfront capital. Even though the financial payback could be good, but then it required like large upfront capital. So cost is important, and it set a limit on how we can play around with sustainability. However, there are also solutions that are easier to implement, like optimization, material selection. So all these any company can adopt. So it depends on the financial capabilities, depends on the market condition, and from there we navigate accordingly across the markets.
I would add that there's some differences, and as an industry, we could do better to talk to all of each other to share. But some advantages that AWS would have, for example, is the sheer size and scale that they have gives them a lot of purchasing power. So they can go and skip a few steps down the supply chain and go straight to the the person doing the steel or the concrete. Sorry, I'm probably stealing your talking points here. I'm sorry, but so though they have the opportunity to have corporate level budgets for carbon abatement, and I think. Although they still stand in contrast to what I said earlier, sustainability used to be a reporting function. We're still in an industry as operators where there's a competition, and we don't necessarily all have these corporate, backings for carbon. And so there is a real tension on what level of sustainability doesn't price you out of a game, because at the end of the day, when you're entering into a lease as a data center operator, sustainability is a great long-term thing to have, but it's not necessarily a hard gating agent at the time of lease, and that has a real tension in making you choose your system designs and your source of materials and these types of things. So across the industry, that's why it's important for us to all talk to each other more, so that we can share and benefit from the work that AWS would do if they decarbonize a source of raw materials, so we can all benefit as a society and an industry.
Actually, I wanted to just add to that one, Ben. But one interesting thing that we have witnessed, as I said, we operate not just in the developed markets, but also data centers in developing markets too. What data center has created, specifically the sheer and the pace of the growth and the size that it has created opportunities that not necessarily always those capital is required to be borne by the operator or builder. For example, one of the things that we didn't have it a couple of years ago, we developed technologies and we integrated to them to increase that efficiency side, right? That itself has its own ROI and all of that. But what we witness in some of the markets, you mentioned Cindy, Australia, or similar in Indonesia, Malaysia is the same. There is so much need for capital investment into the infrastructure of the, let's say, recycled water, reclaimed water. And again, when this movement started, it was everybody expected the operators or builders to invest in it. But now the likes of even Hydrolip, the likes of a lot of even investment firms, they make investment into it because the data centers has created that opportunity, which now it makes the financial sense to do that recycling type of the project. Yeah.
Exactly how we think about low carbon material. It's the same thing. Like we're looking at a big scale right now with AI. We are building so much more buildings, right? And so when we started working on decarbonization of the material, the concrete and the steel, the data center industry was a relatively small industry compared to like the old construction. But now with the scale that we have, we can actually have the voice and the demand to say, this is the type of low carbon material that we want to be using. We can specify it for today. We can also look at the future and see what are the technologies that we want to see evolve. And to the point of investment, by saying this is the type of technology that we want to see, then it gives the possibility for these new technology companies to get investment from their finance people, basically like on the investor side. So that's why we try to publish like position statement explaining which type of technologies we want to see in the future, so that they can refer to it and like share that with their investors, saying this is coming in the future.
Yeah, absolutely. Sustainability is about so much more than things like just renewable energy and like that. And like we've started to talk about, like we've been saying, like construction materials is such a big part of this. There's obviously some challenges there, though, but it's an exciting and place for innovation, as you've been saying.
It's a very interesting space, and it also requires a big shift of industry, which we don't necessarily see. Like when we are working in data centers, so we work a lot on technical stuff, right? But when you want to decarbonize the concrete industry or the steel industry, you also have to completely shift the way the steel is produced, the way the concrete is produced, and that requires enormous investments. What happened today is we have ways to decrease the carbon intensity of the steel and the concrete with current material, which for most of them are actually finite. What I mean by that is, for instance, you will replace cement in your concrete by slag or fly ash that are coming from the coal industry that ultimately we want to get rid of, right? But at that moment, it's a good way to decarbonize the concrete at this point in time. But in the future, when we look at 2040 or later, we want to find other it's called SCM, supplementary cementitious material, that will replace the cement. And this is where there are a lot of new technologies. Every country is having their own benefits in different ways. For instance, in India, they are working on calcined clay, which is a very good way to replace cement. If you do calcined clay and electrify the kiln, you have a pretty much like very low carbon material that you can use in your construction. And so all of that is like future looking, not staying just at what we can do today, but looking at what we can do toward 2040 and future, and decarbonize the whole construction industry while decarbonizing the data centers at the same time.
Yeah, I think certainly AWS is doing a lot of great work, especially around embodied carbon and construction materials. And I think for the entire industry to move forward together, all the sustainability initiatives can't just stop at hyperscalers. It has to be adopted by all companies across the markets, big operators, small operators, vendors. So I think it's great for companies to share the lesson learned, to publish more information, to be more transparent. So I find that in the DC sector, things sometimes is a bit more secretive because of security reasons, because of and commercial reasons. But then to build trust and for the whole industry to move forward together, is it's great to publish information, sustainability report, and share the lesson learned across the markets. Yep.
The only thing I'd add is, at the end of the day, what are we doing sustainability for? If you're doing it for the long-term, health of the planet, and you're doing sustainable development, meaning it needs to be sustained over a long period of time, the scope 2, meaning scope 1, 2, and 3. Scope 2 is still a large part of the data center's emissions, which is your off-site, basically what emissions coming from the grid connection. Those are laid out over years, and so I think it's very important to remember that scope 3, meaning your materials, are all front-loaded in your developments, meaning when you're building the data center, that's when they actually happens. But scope 2, we have time to greenify the grids as we get connections. So the big lowest hanging fruit, yet the most hardest one to hit and to reduce is still scope 2, which means actually more renewables and I guess less carbon intensive power plants.
We'll probably share a little bit more later, but the way that I look at it personally, at the challenges that data centers are facing when it comes down to sustainability, I know we haven't touched anything on the social license part of it. I think it came out in every single panels today that I listened, that social license came in. And it will come probably here too. That's one.
It will.
Okay. And then the second one of it is efficiency. And the third one is something is beyond efficiency. So it's, or I better put it this way, incremental improvement, or also major re-looking into what needs to be done, right? So when I look at the efficiency side, I think Ben, you already covered it a little bit, or even Cindy, there's a lot can be done within the data centers to increase the efficiencies. Again, we are water experts, so when you look at 10 years ago, I think a lot of people didn't even know what's WUE. If you were asking even 5 years ago people what's the best PUE, pretty much everybody know what's the best benchmark PUEs. But if you ask what's the best WUE, you go from a 0.5 to 1 to 2 to even 3, 4. Where's the benchmark? Like nobody knew. But now if you talk to the people, you realize that it has become a much more important matter, not because of the reporting metrics, because the sizes has become so big that now matters. That 10%, 20% increase that you could ignore it, but now if you do work around it, it's not just for the good of sustainability. You save actual dollars and cents, and you can become, even as a builder, more competitive to what you offer to your users. Yeah.
So is there a vision of the future where every data center is being built with sustainable materials? The materials that you're working on, Lena, is that the future we'd like to get to, that you think we can get to? Is that possible?
Still have a bit of time until 2040, but yeah, that would be ideally we can scale these new low carbon material technologies and get to a point where they are at a price that is affordable for everyone to use, right? So that's really where we want to be. And I just want to mention that on the efficiency side of things, so my team is working on the scope 3 embodied carbon, but the whole data center engineering of AWS is working on efficiency, because ultimately efficiency is reducing cost, as you said. So trying to get the best PUE, trying to get the best WUE is something that all the engineers working on new data center design are working toward. And so sustainability in that sense is not something we say on top. It's like just part of what needs to be done to be more efficient.
And I know we said earlier that renewable energy isn't kind of the only thing about sustainability, but Ben, you mentioned it is part of the conversation, right? Energy availability for data centers is a big talking point at the moment, and one of the kind of biggest challenges the industry is seeing. What role is renewable energy kind of something that can help solve that, a tool for that? Again, like, as part of this conversation, where does renewable energy come in, or is it perhaps not quite the silver bullet that some people have been led to believe or think it could be?
It's definitely very important, right? So anybody that tells you it's not, I'll passionately disagree. one of the most important things to think about is data centers are still connecting and getting grid connections, right? And then all the new renewable energy supply is feeding into the grid, but it's very misunderstood that where a data center has renewable energy, people think that it's like an immediate direct connection, and it's just like solar powers that are, and so that's really not how to properly do it long term, because ultimately your sources, if you're connecting to a grid that's 100% or let's say 95% green, like in New Zealand, for example, we do have to ask ourselves questions as to whether or not you should use a water-based cooling system there, because ultimately that grid is pretty much, I'll say for the sake of speaking, 100% green, or 95, I think is the number. And so why would you use a water-based cooling system while it's the electricity and the water in that country, for example, the water is a resource that you're using, right? In APAC, in different countries, the grid emissions would be very high relative to other countries, and so we're in Bali. It's in the APAC conference. So many countries have different realities there. Different countries have different water scarcity levels, and I think if you're a legislator, it's very easy to legislate the box, meaning like the data center itself, but that is in tension with global standards that have targets for PUE, targets for WE, but the answers are not always the same in every country, right? So, for example, in Australia, where there's very kind of drought-prone regions in particular, you might want to question yourself why you're using water, right, to reduce the PUE. So traditionally, you've used water because if you had, let's say, 100% of an amount of capacity to design your data center, you would usually, let's say, if you have like a 40% of that would be going to miscellaneous loads. If you get a better PUE, you might reduce that by half, for example. But that also means that you're going from 60 megawatts IT to 80 megawatts IT, which is what you're trying to achieve as a business, right? And that's great because you get better output for the same box. But the global standards have been such that we've been looking at the boxes a lot, but we need to look at the grid and utility connections. And so I would say yes to your point about renewable energy, but you also have to think about water availability. And I'm sure Mo's got some thoughts on water as a resource, but yeah, so utilities, hugely important, the two biggest needle movers with regards to sustainability. So renewable energy, for sure, is necessary, but they're not always connected right to that data center, so it's important to know that.
It's funny because we had the exact same conversation this morning with Mo, and one of the points was, yes, we look at the data center as this system, this box, but the data center is using power and water. To produce power, you need water. To produce water, you need power. And so if you look at the whole system, sometimes the pictures can be very different depending on where you are in the world. And if you have renewable energy, or if you have like carbon-free energy like nuclear, or if you have a very bad grid, you will have a different result on the overall system, just not the data center, but the full system from the source.
Regarding renewable energy, just wanted to share a bit more context here. So in some countries where we are looking at, Japan, Australia, the curtailment for renewable energy is very high, meaning renewable energy is produced but cannot be added to the grid because of the grid infrastructure. So we like now, especially with capacity of data center is different from commercial building, from logistics warehouse, is very easy to offset the whole energy consumption of a warehouse. But for data centers, we are looking at very large capacity. So even renewable energy with a lot of fluctuation in the load could create more burden to the grid. So we are looking at more holistic solutions where we are putting battery energy storage to couple with data centers so that it can help to balance the load and balance the grid and reduce the burden to the grid as well. So I like the concept that for data centers, if we design the system well to couple renewable energy with battery energy storage, a data center could be an asset to the grid instead of a liability.
Just to add more data set to what Lena mentioned, again, as a part of my debunking myths session, again, a lot of people they don't know how much water it goes to generate power, right? I think coming back to the point of Ben is you need to look at location by location. So just saying that there is a renewable, but that renewable, does it at some point flow to that data centers, right? So that's the balance that you need to create because, again, a lot of people, they talk about the water usage of a data centers. I think a lot of it is unfair, to be honest. I think especially in the US. But that amount of water that is used in the data centers is less than 5% of a total volume that is generated for the same power which flow into the data centers. Now, when you look at data stats, it gives you a better perspective, right? So it's not just about purely saying that energy, PUE and WE the other way. So I think that's one very, very important angle to look at it. Since you already mentioned about renewable energies, again, of course, a lot of what we look at it from a water side, but I think there's a very big learning lessons from the renewable energy because renewable energy has not been there just for the data centers. It's been a part of a conversation in the world for a long time. If you look at the biggest purchasers of the renewable energies are not what we think are actually data centers, right? When you look at from that perspective, the same thing can be done for the water. So the same thing can be done for water infrastructures, right? So again, I come back, I think I mentioned it, data centers are creating opportunities to help the infrastructures to get better, which is not just benefiting the data centers, it's benefiting the whole industrial modernization and the progression. Yeah.
To get closer to our goals of water positive by 2030 and net zero by 2040. On renewable energy, Amazon invested massively in renewable energy. I think it's like about 120 projects worldwide and more than 80 are in APAC because we have a lot of opportunities here for renewable energy. And it's a similar thing for water as well. So to be water positive, it doesn't mean that the data center itself is not consuming water. It means we do projects outside to replenish water in the communities and compensate the water that we use for the data center with other projects producing water and replenishing water where we need it.
Yeah, this is probably a good time to start talking about the social licensing piece, right? I know, Mo, you've got a lot to say on this. There is, as you said, there's a lot of opposition to data centers at the moment, particularly in the US. On a local level, there's been a lot of pushback. We're seeing a lot of moratoriums kind of come into play, and that social license piece seems to be breaking down right across the country. Is this the case in APAC? Are we seeing this over here? Do you expect us to see it more? And how can the industry, how can data centers be better at working with communities, trying to repair that social license? And I guess there's an education piece to this, right? This conversation.
I would say the first thing, again, before pointing fingers at other people, saying that we need to do more education to the other people, we need to do more education to ourselves, right? So again, I come back to that point of the sustainability part. We can't just do one size fit all. Every single country is different. I think Amazon mentioned it, also Zara. I think there's a lot of understanding towards it that from one region to another region, you need to make a different decision. It complicates the enduring side of it, but you have to make decisions because sometimes those community feedbacks, location, the drought, all of that comes to the point, right? From a morning, as I said, there's a lot of this social licensing is coming up, and now I talk about the second part of it, right? We always say that we need to do more educations, but what are the educations, right? Let's say we do give you the platform to talk to communities. What are you going to talk about? Are you going to just say that data centers are good, you can scroll more, on your, Facebook, Instagram, or you're going to talk about what do you add to the communities, right? And that's a part of it that, again, I'll go back to the lessons of the infrastructures, right? Before we entered the data centers, we work a lot with utilities, other industrial sector of it. For even an efficient government to build a water infrastructure or even power infrastructure, it easily takes 7 to 10 years. Put aside all the budgeting, all of that aside, right? So, but data centers has created that opportunities for a private investment coming in, a little bit from vendors, a little bit from different parties, coming in to build that probably within 3 years. And that is not just to flow into the data centers. And as I mentioned at my previous point, it can flow to the other part. And that's what we can talk about. That's point one. I'll give the short one, the second one. We started developing a technology, I'll give an example of it. We started developing a technology for better water efficiency for one of the hyperscalers. But it wasn't for a data center, it was for a cooling, if you look at it from that object. When we developed that and we made it better, now we are implementing that across semiconductors. We are implementing exactly the same identical thing across pharmaceutical. So what it means is what was generated because of the data centers is now contributing to the better efficiency side.
Yeah, I'll add to that, and I agree. I think from a social license point of view, sustainability plays a huge part. I think we've all seen some of the negative news that comes out on some developments saying, one search on, your favorite AI chatbot uses X amounts of milliliters of water. And I think data centers, admittedly, are not great backyard neighbors. That's why we're seeing NIMBYism across the world. They do come in and they're taking a lot of water and they're taking a lot of energy. But you need to, and the education piece, I agree, goes both ways, because if it's driving investment for adding, recycled water and expediting the infrastructure that actually supplies recycled water, people often just think, well, it's water, but it's not necessarily potable water, right? And that's something that that nuance doesn't really fly beyond the headlines. Same thing with the amounts of power that you're currently drawing. So historically, grids and energy production have kind of followed population growth and industry growth, and then suddenly data centers and AI are coming in and making that a hockey stick. That's making it hard for grids to keep up. And admittedly, people are wondering, like, what's this all for that we're giving our power, our land, and our water for these data centers? I'm of the view that in education, while it's important, and as an engineer, I would love to just argue the point to say it's not that bad, and that WE is actually not that bad, but ultimately you're not going to win the social license by convincing somebody that something is not as bad as they think. We need to look at what the actual benefits are and double down on why we're actually doing this, which I think we all agree, since we're working in the data center industry, that this cloud and AI is ubiquitous to in our day to day. I don't think for those of you who are of a certain age, you can probably think of a time when we were very primitively using computers or even email. Now cloud is everywhere, and AI is the next kind of new frontier. And so it's important to keep that in mind, that those are the benefits that are coming from all these developments that are happening. But I think personally, it's a losing game to try to convince somebody that something's just not as bad as they think, because you're never going to really get somebody across the line. If you take a step back, the first person that proposed that we should have like petrol stations in every neighborhood probably was looked at a bit strange, but now it's kind of part of our day-to-day lives, right? And so, data centers don't necessarily have to be in every street corner. That's not what I'm saying, but I think the future looks like there's going to be data centers in multiple places to support the workloads that are coming up in the future.
I think just wanted to share an example of what we are doing for our campus in Japan. So we did early engagement with the community and the local authority, and we are planning for commercial and community spaces within our data centers campus. We are also developing a district heating system to reuse the waste heat from the data centers to supply to the community. So we are changing the story from data centers taking the energy from the neighborhood to data centers contributing to the neighborhood. Yeah, so I think to really convince the community, we have to show real and measurable impact. We can't just show PUE, WUE efficiency. So I think we really have to, first in terms of execution, we have to deliver really measurable impact to the community. And second, we have to be better at communication. What are the real impact to the community around the data centers? But of course, we have to work within the market constraints. Not every market we can implement district cooling or have sufficient land size to build community space. So really early engagement with the community and the local authority is very important to see what we can do for the community. Yep.
Do you think the industry is not very good at this narrative of talking about the benefits, talking about where data centers can benefit the communities, because it's conversations they've never had to have before, because awareness of data centers has perhaps been a bit more niche in the past, and then the pace of change recently has completely shifted, and it's become much more awareness amongst people that perhaps otherwise wouldn't. And is like you said, Mo, the learning goes both ways, right? And this is a piece that the industry now needs to be better and improve how it engages with community.
Absolutely. I'll just give you one specific number about, again, Australia. A lot of people think that is a very, very mature country, and it is. But I'll just give you one stats that probably raise the eyebrows. The wastewater that is coming from municipalities, it goes to the treatment plants, and treatment plants, they normally convert that to, and we're talking about millions of the liters per day. Way more than the needs of multiple size of the data centers that is already planned, okay? And it gets treated to two classes, Class A, Class B. Forget about Class B. Class A, very high quality of the water. Do you know where does it go? More than 90% of it goes down to the ocean. And that water quality, it's not a difficult thing to convert it to a water that it just makes it completely independent of the water use. So, is it as simple as that? Of course not, right? That part of it, the treatment part of it is easy, but you're talking about a very big country. The networks of this pipeline to get it to the data centers, that's another part that requires investment. Can it be done? Yes, it can be done. But we should talk about specific numbers, solutions, yeah.
And you talk, kind of moving on from that, talking about kind of working collaboratively with communities, but could the industry also benefit from working more collaboratively kind of across different stakeholders to improve sustainability efforts as well? Are there kind of gaps at the moment? Are there things that we could improve? Yeah. What could the industry be doing better?
I think, so we're in APAC, and it's multiple countries. And all of these countries will have different, if we think about raw materials, right? One country's low carbon steel might have extremely high intensive carbon steel in another country. Same thing with concrete. And we see a wide mix of these answers. And I think in APAC, unlike the EU or even in the US, we're kind of really lacking like a unified industry body that tries, at least aims to share all this information together. So, for example, if we decide to go into a new country beyond the countries that we're in, which is Japan, India, and Australia for Zera, if we're going into the next country, I might not know, and I might have to spend a lot of time and resource to figure that out and do that properly in that country. And what really is, I'm looking forward to see this happen one day, but a united kind of, I guess, a united front for all of APAC that aims to consolidate that and make that easier for different source materials, for example, to be chosen. We could say the same thing about utilities, but I think that's something that in APAC we're a bit behind, unfortunately.
Yeah, I agree with what Ben's saying, but because I'm managing a global team, we are part of buyer alliance for these materials. So I mean, it's mainly US and Europe, you're right. But the point being that all the hyperscaler and data center developers joining forces to create the demand for certain type of material is actually having a big power to move the industry toward the right direction. And this is really what we want to look at and share. And so that's the reason why we start sharing our positions on this low carbon material, because we think that this is really something that everybody should be like applying. If what we have in our specifications are in the specifications of every data center developer, then it becomes a norm, and pretty much everybody will be just applying the best low carbon version of what we can do at a certain point in time, and that's what we need really.
Strength in numbers.
Exactly.
I give another reason why they should be sharing specifically from a data center side, operators. There is no such a word that one data center has a social license and the rest don't. So if you look at it as one united, they should be more sharing, right? Because if the rest of the players within the same sector are not doing that great, when you look at from a sustainability or resource management part of it, we should be sharing, and that's how it should be.
Yeah, I just want to add one point. Agreeing that we should have we set a common standard and a shared framework across APAC so that the standard is more consistent and more motivation for the supply chain to adopt all these practices. But also want to mention that adapting to the local market conditions is very important, extremely important. Talking about embodied carbon, in Australia, the whole supply chain is very well equipped with like embodied carbon management. The contractors, consultants, supply chain, they are very familiar. So a standard practice in one market could be a very significant step forward in another market, like for example Southeast Asia or some Southeast Asia market. So I think a good understanding of the local market and see how we move from there is very important to ensure impactful execution of these framework and initiatives.
It's also accompanying the general contractor to find the right product in the right market. So when we enter a market, we work with our procurement team and do market research and look at what is available, and then we share that information with our constructors so that they don't have to do it themselves, basically.
I remembered one point when it came about the APAC you mentioned. Historically, a lot of technologies, if you look at for the past 100 years, has been west to east. We adopt technologies from Europe, US, and specifically when you look at data centers, it started off and grew significantly within the US. But now it's a completely different ecosystem. But because of the unique situations of the APAC, again, I'll give an example of what I know. Because the APAC, majority of the APAC has a tropical climate, so it means that there has been a cooling needs of it 365 days, right? That you can find it in other parts of the world. So a lot of technologies which has developed in this part of the world, it has gotten much better. When I look at, for example, again, I give specific numbers. There's a terminology in water, they call it COC, the number of times you can recirculate the water. That number, on average, when you look at the developed market in here, you're talking about double digit. But when you look at the same operator, let's say in the US, you're talking about half of it. So why not only we share among ourselves here, but also we share at a global level. And I think that makes the biggest impact.
I just add to that, and that's an excellent example of, we started off saying sustainability was, used to be a reporting function, and now it's at the forefront. That's an excellent example of investing in sustainability engineering and investing in sustainable designs upfront, because it's that engineering, that water chemistry that allows that COC to go higher is fundamentally what adds value to data center designs, period, and it's the right thing to do on top of that. So if there's one takeaway today is that we should invest in more than just the reporting aspect of sustainability, but the actual engineering of it as well adds a lot of value in data centers.
And on that note, we are coming up to the end of this session, unfortunately. I know you guys, I'm sure we could talk about this for another 50 minutes if we had the time. But Ben, you gave your takeaway there. The rest of the panel, what's kind of your one takeaway for this session? What gives you hope? What do you see that kind of, inspires you and gives you hope on this topic for the future of the industry?
I will just jump on what Ben was saying, because I'm very happy that we didn't talk at all about reporting during this panel. For us, data is to drive direction, to decide where are our priorities, what we need to do next. But it's not like reporting will never solve the carbon problem, right? So we need to shift from sustainability is an annoying reporting thing to sustainability is innovation, looking at the future, looking at how we decarbonize toward 2040, how we get less water used in our data centers, and we have a lot of technologies that are coming, and it's very, very, very exciting space.
I've been spending 15 years doing sustainability. So what really stands out to me is how it has really evolved from a small scope and being added later to now really being core in the business decisions making, from power availability to resilience, community buy-in, acceptance. So I find that as the AI-driven demand accelerates across APAC, sustainability cannot sit outside the delivery process. It has to be right within the delivery process so that we can ensure our business resilience, competitiveness, and especially the community buy-in, the social license to operate.
Already said. What I'm going to say is a bit counterintuitive, but when I look at data centers, specifically when it comes down to resources, I see a lot of inefficiencies. And that makes me happy, because when there's inefficiencies, it means that there's room for improvement, and that room's for making a better business case. For whatever you do, operator, vendor, technology. I'm a tech maniac, solution maniac. I will love more improvements, and those improvements will lead to a better industry, an efficient industry.
Thank you so much, Lena, Cindy, Ben, and Mo, for joining me on stage today for this session, and thank you for watching. Stick around on the main stage. We have one final panel coming up.
blue. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Hello.
If it's up. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to what is the final panel of DCD Connect APAC 2026. My name is Thomas Buckley, and I'm the Portfolio Manager for Investment here at DCD. And just before we begin, I want to, on behalf of the team, express a massive thank you to all of our speakers, partners, and delegates at this year's event. I hope you had a great time here, and we're really excited to do it all again next year already. As this is the last panel, I think we'll hopefully go out with a bit of a bang. We're going to be talking about Sijori. How will the first cross-border digital ecosystem shape the future of our industry? And we've got a great panel here today, with lots of different perspectives on it. Just as a short introductory background into what Sijori is, if you don't know, it's a growth triangle between Singapore, Malaysia, and Indonesia, established in 1989. Today, the region's experiencing unprecedented growth across investment, with 3 markets, all with their own distinct strengths. Singapore has the region's connectivity and network hub. Johor is one of the fastest growing data center markets. And Indonesia is emerging as a new development hotspot. As demand accelerates, Sijori is rapidly evolving into Southeast Asia's first attempt at an integrated cross-border digital infrastructure ecosystem. So there's some critical questions here about how far can regional collaboration go, and also how can these nations overcome their differences to build what could be the next global strategic data center hub. Just to kick us off, could everyone please introduce themselves, what you've been up to in the market recently, and maybe a very brief answer to the first question, which is, if Sijori is a truly integrated borderless digital ecosystem, or is it just 3 separate markets hoping to appear more integrated than they really are? Serena, should we start with you?
Thank you, Tom, for the introduction. And I'm Serena. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the Associate Director at Bridge Data Centers. And to answer your question in short, Thomas, we do believe that Sijori is a truly integrated digital ecosystem that can help to develop data centers sustainably. Well, I'll be sharing more examples later on, but I will be keeping it short for now. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Tom, for the introduction. So my name is Johan Batubara. I'm the Director of Investment at Indonesian Investment Authority. Been investing mostly in infrastructure, especially digital infrastructure, especially again data center in this past 3-4 years. To answer your question, actually, given this is an AI-driven trend, right? I actually asked AI about your question. So I think there's some right and wrong. I'm just saying what AI is saying. I mean, Singapore definitely is the hub, right? Where the actual demand it is, right? So, and where the talent is, right? And Johor is the spillover, and Batam, they like to mention about the sovereign compliant on Indonesian node, which I totally disagree. So I think as Serena alluded a little bit, so those 3 markets are interconnected, like it or not. Maybe less organized as what people think, even despite the Sijori region is start to be organized in '89. But at least they play as an ecosystem. All is basically spilling over from Singapore. Right. Again, the design and everything is probably the customers are the one who design it according to their needs. But those 3 are definitely redundant to each other. So maybe that's my short answer.
Thanks very much. Well, I'm not sure if we can, if we're trusting AI yet, but I'll do my best at answering that question as well. Yeah, hi everyone. My name's Andrew Mackie, and I'm a director in the capital markets team based in Singapore. We help investors, developers, operators, and end users with expansion strategies across Asia Pacific. That sort of, broadly boiled down into, helping companies acquire land. Could be joint venture developments or more structured built-to-suit lease transactions. Also on the financing side, the capital solutions as well, and asset sales as well. So. Yeah, lots of work that we're getting involved in, and I guess in terms of the answer to that question, my answer would be a bit more of a balanced answer. I think there are certainly strengths and weaknesses of both of all of the markets. I think there are distinct differences. So it's not operating as a synchronized hub, but it very much offers the opportunity to against other markets. So a very compelling story, with the benefits of all of those markets combined.
Thank you, and thank you, Tom, for the introduction, and thank you to BDC, our colleagues here, for sponsoring this event. And thank you to all in the audience who are braving this last closing one instead of attending the happy hour. So we'll try to make it interesting for you. So my name's Noah Drake. I'm the CEO of a company called Zenith Infrastructure Group, and we do dark fiber for data center to data center across 7 metro markets in Southeast Asia, including 2, I guess, of the 3 in the triangle. So we have assets in Johor and in Singapore. So we work sort of with these different regulators pretty frequently. And I guess outside in perspective from my view is, I think that we're working towards that end goal, but I don't know if we're there today. I think we've still got some challenges ahead. I think every respective government sort of has their own goals, and sometimes those goals align and sometimes they don't. But I think the key is and we can probably get into that a bit more, is communicating and ensuring that there are ways where we can set it up as win-win, because every one of those different governments may want different things that could be more collaborative than competitive, right? And so if we can hone in on those areas that are collaborative, I think that's the way to get sort of the most ground the most quickly.
Excellent. Yeah, thank you all for introducing yourselves there. I think we've got a really interesting panel here. Obviously, you mentioned government perspectives there. We've got Johan, who's got that kind of unique regulatory perspective, working with many of the operators as well as the government. Andrew, who's got that kind of APAC capital markets perspective on the consultancy side. Noah, who can probably broaden this conversation out into digital infrastructure more broadly, with the focus on fiber network expansion, and Serena with that kind of leading operator view on the region. At BDC, backed by Bain, focused on sustainable development and 1.5 gigawatts total planned capacity at their existing sites. So it should be a good discussion today. The first topic I want to get into is one that we've discussed a lot at DCD events over the last year. We had Virginia late last year. We had New York at the start of this year. We're in Bali now, and later this year we'll be back in London. And at every single event, everyone's talking about energy, securing the power for their data center. So it's really the elephant in the room right now. In terms of Sijori, Singapore has obviously got strict green compliance and resource caps. Johor's got the raw land and rapid grid scale, and Indonesia is kind of balancing its growth with its developing grid infrastructure. Serena, my first question would be to you in terms of Sijori, can energy strategies be achieved across borders with unequal resources?
Thank you, Thomas, for pointing out the keywords. Energy strategy. When we talk about data centers today, like everybody thought about that. Well, I do believe that energy strategies can be shared across borders, and that is what we are currently focusing on at Bridge Data Centers. So, when we talk about energy, I do believe there are 2 keywords that I want to mention. Well, the first is efficiency, and the other one is green. Well, let me share a bit more examples and data to elaborate more on that. Efficiency, for example, we have this measurement in this industry called PUE, the power usage effectiveness, to measure this power usage efficiency. And at Bridge Data Centers, in our flagship campus, we have achieved a 1.2 annualized PUE in Malaysia, and that is significantly lower comparing to the industrial average at 1.4 in Malaysia. So these can be achieved through advanced technology and efficient designs and also operational capabilities, and that for sure can be brought across borders, across all the data centers we have. Moving on to, and this is also recognized by Singapore. We are actually the only facility outside Singapore that has been awarded with the BCA's Green Mark Platinum Award on this efficient usage of energy. So across border, we do think we share a similar standard on this concept, and this technology can be brought across over. And moving to the second key word I was trying to address about is green. And this, I believe, is where renewable energy kicks in. BDC, we are actually one of the first movers in Malaysian market to get involved with the renewable energy programs. In fact, 50% of our data centers in Malaysia are powered by renewable energy now, and we aim to double this percentage in the next 14 years. So that means we are pledged to achieve 100% of a renewable energy usage by the year of 2040. So how are we going to do that? So for example, in Malaysia, we have signed a 400 megawatt renewable energy program with the TMB under the program CRESS, which is a renewable program locally. And also in Malaysia, we are also exploring relevant solutions with the local partners. For example, we are exploring the first floating hydrogen pilot program in Singapore. So we do think that we can bring this energy strategies across borders with the right partnerships and also the innovations in technology across borders. Yeah, thank you.
Excellent. You brought up a lot of good points there around sustainability, working with partners. I just want to pose this question to the rest of the panel now on kind of how you guys are all seeing the energy market at the moment, how you're working with other partners on this, whether kind of a regional developer can realistically execute a kind of multi-market green strategy on their sustainability when their utility partners are changing, when they cross the Johor Strait. Are they running completely different playbooks? How are you all seeing it? Noah, should we start with you?
It's a pretty challenging question, and I think when you look at it from our company's perspective, from Zenith, we have to source. We have sourcing, our execution, all of that stuff is linked to sustainability. But the DC operators are the ones that are going to really move the needle, and then the end customers of those DC operators. And so, I think we can provide maybe a perspective. And I think it's sort of get your house in order first, which, again, it depends on the market that we operate in certain instances like Australia, which I know isn't a topic of this panel, but, we have certain regulations that we have to comply to that are a bit more stringent than maybe places like Malaysia at the moment. But when you look at the utility providers themselves, just focusing on Singapore, they've already made commitments as a country, whereas Malaysia or Indonesia haven't made those same commitments. Now, that as a result, from an energy perspective, the sustainability part, I think they've knocked that out of the park, but they've also constrained some of the development, and that was probably an intentional decision, but they have constrained some of the development in their own market that then has had to been picked up by the other two countries, which is frankly an opportunity for them. So the question then becomes, when speed is everything in today's market, it's how quick can you get up, how quick can you get the compute, right? That's what at the end of the day matters the most, I think, as we look at AI and kind of holistically. What's the right balance between sacrificing that speed for sustainability? And I think that question is very dependent on the market that you're operating and sort of the appetite that each population has. And I think it's not static either. It's very dynamic as those populations grow and mature and continue to develop. So I don't know if you can answer for a single market, but again, back to my first point, I think the key is it doesn't necessarily have to be a single answer for the whole market. I think it's giving each of those different markets sort of a way to achieve the objectives that their own people and their own regulatory bodies desire.
Yep, I would absolutely echo that, and building on that, or emphasising the customer demand and the speed element. While we can talk about sort of efficiencies and other sort of aspirational requirements, at the moment what we see in the market is that speed to power, and that's the main driving force. Unfortunately, sometimes that may come at a efficiency or sustainability to a certain extent. It comes as a sort of second best item. But that said, I think what we've seen in the Singapore market, that constraint or the processes that they put in place, call it a moratorium, but certainly the DC CFA process that they've gone through. Obviously, the first round, 80 megawatts released, and now we're in the midst of the second round. You could say that is pushing sustainability or less sustainable development overseas, but I think it's what you'll find is the solutions that these operators put forward in those CFA applications are going to be very innovative and be very progressive for sustainability and efficiency perspective. So just a few sort of perspectives on that, what Singapore's doing and its impact on evolution in other markets.
Hello. Maybe just to close it out, right? I think we're talking about the Sijori region. As we discussed, like in the previous question, there is a strength and weakness in this market. I think in energy side, there's also an opportunity, right? For example, I think Singapore is definitely not an net energy country, right? While their two neighbors are the net energy countries, right? Depends on what the source, right? I think that's where it provided the energy security, not to mention a lot of the renewable projects on the both side of the shore, right? So I think there's a lot of synergistic that's going to happen. But of course, as we understand right now, the target speed to market is the key, which I think Indonesia and Malaysia at some point will definitely have a plan to do more and more sustainable energy sources, right? But like any other more developing country, I think they see this as an opportunity. They want to capture it while they can afford it, and especially where the energy sources is a good, it's a very long-term strength they have compared to the other nations, right? So I think they play their strength. I think both sides of Singapore, and I think they will continue to do so while they're increasing their exposure more and more to the renewable energy, because I think sustainability for the hyperscaler needs also to balance the national interest for their own sustainability on their economy, basically.
Yeah, excellent. I think it's as you all said, it's kind of hard for these countries, as they're all at different stages of their development, to kind of decide between the sustainability goals and how they grow, taking obviously advantage of the opportunity right now with AI and data centers. I want to keep it on Sijori, and then we'll maybe go a bit deeper into kind of the individual countries themselves. I want to talk about the regulatory environment, Johan. So I'll bring you in here. Obviously, you play a really pivotal role in de-risking that entry into Indonesia, balancing data sovereignty with hyperscaler ambitions. When you look at some of those kind of tax and policy differences between all the countries in Sijori, are those differences causing kind of a disjointed timeline where capital piles into one market and then the others are kind of held back on the regulatory side?
Yeah, I think that's a good point, right? Well, my answer will be biased, right, to Indonesia. Definitely in the earlier stage, 22, 23, we've seen that Johor has definitely piled up a lot. Even before that, Singapore, for the reason they are just a natural hub, for example. So I think the competition between those countries are naturally unavoidable, right? But I think the actual barriers that being input is pretty much nothing, right? Means that I think what Johor have done to really get that market is something that we as an Indonesian realize it and try to emulate. So I think all the governments have realized that this digital infrastructure is important, and this and all the countries are playing as a role as a global hub anyways. So I think this is where the speed of each government to capture this market may be different, but I think today everybody already understand it is a way to get key role to play in the global infrastructure, right? I think that's where the Indonesian government, for example, in 2021-22 have established an SEZ in Singapore, in Batam, to attract more, right? And I think there's more to be done. I think there's some discussion to put it more in Java, which is near Jakarta, as again, it's a probably natural national hub, but I think there is more intention to make it a more global hub ongoing, right? So I think that's where the discussion is, basically attracting people coming in. I think there is separate discussion about data sovereignty, etc., which I think right now is not the biggest driver or a big driver of investment, at least in this digital infrastructure. Definitely helps, for sure, but it's not the biggest driver today, at least in Indonesia's perspective.
Excellent, and then I'll come to Andrew and Noah on if you have any comments on the regulatory environment, but I also want to pose a quick question to you both in terms of kind of investment in Sajori. Andrew, from a kind of capital markets and transaction standpoint at CBRE, are investors underwriting Sajori as a single unified portfolio opportunity, or are they still valuing the assets completely differently, purely based on local regulatory maturity and local power access? And then Noah, how are you working with Digital Bridge and Colombia and kind of looking at the Sajori?
Thanks. Sort of hitting that sort of head on. The investment community does see them as distinctly separate markets, I would say, but with potential the benefits of that co-location or co-locality of the Sajori region. If you're investing or developing in that market, you just got to look at the underlying fundamentals. Build costs are very different. The MRC rates are very different. Lease-up profiles will be different. And on the exit strategy as well, which goes into the underwriting around cap rates, financing of those developments, and even the underlying land fundamentally. Singapore has very controlled land licensing, generally 30 years sort of tenure, freehold or leasehold in Malaysia, and Hak Guna Bangunan most likely in Indonesia. So all of these are fundamentally different environments to be working in, but they do work together to a certain extent, or give customers opportunity around that connectivity hub and having low-cost locations nearby, and also for investors that ability for diversification, offering customers multiple different deployment strategies, but then offering diversification where you may get lower returns in potentially in Singapore, but very low risk, and then higher returns in other markets. So it's about that blending and risk-adjusted return, I would say, if you're looking at the Sajori region.
Yeah, you pretty much hit it on the head. Working with our sponsors, Digital Bridge and Columbia Capital, the way that they're assessing the region is, you do get benefit amplification from multi-markets. That's why we're building a platform. And I think in the connectivity space, it's even more important because Singapore still remains the connectivity hub to get to the rest of the region and outward, to the rest of the globe. So I think having that security de-risks the platform. I think the stability of the currency de-risks the platform. And so it's really important that you have that anchored in an investment, certainly like ours, and I would imagine for some of these DC operators as well, that you're anchored in sort of a stabilized market. But to the point Andrew made, that a lot of the upside is in the frontier and some of these markets that are being built out greenfield. And the use cases for what's happening in some of those build-outs, the upside is something that I think is almost generational. We certainly haven't seen it in many years, and so they're able to capitalize on that, and I think they're doing a great job, by the way. So Johan and those are doing a great job on trying to capitalize on that. And so as an investor or as a sponsor, you want to make sure that you blend it. So not to just say the same thing, I'll probably just stop there, but I think it's important that you manage the upside with the risk. And I also think that you anchor it in sort of an established market that is where everyone's still going to come to direct their traffic, right? Almost. Now that's actually up for debate, because I think there are efforts being made, certainly by Malaysia and I think by Indonesia as well, to say, maybe challenge that assumption. Does everything have to route through Singapore, right? Does Singapore need to be the hub? Which if you're sort of in that Singapore regulatory body, then maybe that's something that you think about as well as potentially a challenge, right, as a disruptor. But I think that's a question that's being asked as well, which could potentially change the game a little bit.
I think we're starting to kind of hint at the fact that at what point does it become that these countries are competing with each other rather than kind of actively working together. So I want to get into that discussion a wee bit on stripping away the Sijori branding, and let's look at it a bit more pragmatically, where we're talking about three completely different countries. They've all got a national agenda, they've all got their own utilities, they've all got their own political pressures. So kind of not evaluating this as a triangle, but kind of how they're looking at it in their own self-interest. Johan, from kind of your sovereign mandate, obviously you're focusing on digital growth specifically within Indonesia. When it comes to data protection, tax incentives, and local supply chain mandates, where does that friendly regional collaboration end, and where does the fierce national competition for capital begin?
Yeah, good question. I think in reality, the competition between neighbors is always tough, right? This is just reality, right? So, but I think similar like you guys, right? Operators and everything, like the healthy collaboration is also can be in a form of competition, right? You need to be the best, etc. So I think that's where the more realistic from the time being, right? Because I think everybody's learning from each other's success and failures. Like as I mentioned, Indonesia actually, we started a bit early about thinking about potentially Batam become a data center hub. Execution a bit slower, hence as Johor move a little bit faster, right? So I think that's a fact, right? So I think Indonesia as a country have realized the strength, which is we have the energy. Again, I think Batam is one location, but also we're adding more thinking about in Jakarta or in Java Island. That's where the investment, basically especially led by the state grid, which is PLN, they're willing, and I think they are very collaborative with the data center players. Right, they're trying to get more energy up and running, while also they can meet the local demand. Right, they can see this is anchoring their own projects, right? For example, so I think there's a lot of things that every country learn from its own. You don't need to think about too much on the competition, but you're just focusing delivering on your home market, and then that actually helps the industry as an indirect competition. So that's what I see, right? Because I think sometimes if you look at your neighbors, the grass is always greener on the other side, and we forgot what's our strength and what the customer or the investor need in their home country. So I think that's where we have been focusing at INA. We invest not only in the rec operators, but I think we are also thinking if the size of the industry is getting bigger and bigger, we can also invest in supply chain, etc.
Excellent. And Andrew, from that kind of capital markets perspective, is there any hope for Sijori becoming the next EU, or how do you see it?
That's I'd say that's extremely aspirational, but a very nice idea. I mean, I think a sort of general response I would say is, countries should generally focus on what they do best or least worst. If you look at it in that way, I think to the best extent that supporting organisations, be that government or regulation, break down those barriers to allow customer demand and investment in the right areas should be sort of encouraged. This is not just about hyperscalers or operators making money. This actually, the end product here is incredible digital application that benefits everyone, a huge utility that we all get from our mobile phones and technology. So to the best extent that can be, those barriers can be broken down, I think should be encouraged. But I think we should also possibly think beyond the Sijori region as well. We talk about spillover from Singapore to other markets, and we're actually seeing constraints within those markets, Johor, Batam, etc. So it goes much more beyond that. Bangkok, and we've got requirements in Sarawak as well. So these are it's much more of a, I think the conversation, it should be potentially much broader as well from an APAC perspective.
Definitely, and I want to touch at the end of the panel on other countries that you see as having a big opportunity in APAC. But just to close on this, Noah, on the infrastructure layer, obviously these borders are very real. They're expensive, friction point for a fiber network. How are you kind of seeing it play out over the next decade or so? Are you treat these countries as separate entities, or is it a balanced triangle, or how do you see it?
This is one area where maybe I would say that I don't envy our business versus the data center operators. Oftentimes their business is much harder than ours. We're just putting pipes in the ground. But in this case, we do have to manage traffic as it flows across international borders, and I can tell you right now that they are very much viewed as international borders at this point in time. And that with reporting requirements, with having to coordinate with each country depending on how you're actually physically deploying the infrastructure, permitting all of that makes it incredibly challenging to tie these countries together, even within Sajori. And I think that will continue to be the case. I think that it's really difficult to get around that because you have to have some sort of unifying body. Now, it was interesting throwing the EU out there. That I wish that we could do that because that would make my life a lot easier. I think a lot of people's lives a lot easier. But I think that if Sajori looks at itself, not necessarily, hey, how do we sort of compete for the investment just amongst us, but how do we need to look outward? There are other areas, not just within APAC, but other areas of the world that are trying to garner investment as well, right? We saw a lot of investment in the Middle East. We see a ton of investment happening now in India. If you look at North Asia, like Japan, places like that are just huge areas for investors, and I think for the end users on where do they want to build this infrastructure. I don't think it's just because of the way that network topology works. It's not absolutely a certain demand that it needs to be within these localities, right? You can still serve a lot of these use cases from sort of approximate distance away, depending, right? Inference maybe needs to be a bit more latency sensitive, but even still there's a way to sort of work around that. So I think that my point is that I think it's a bit short-sighted to say, okay, how do we win the day against you? I'm Singapore, and how do I win against Indonesia? Or I'm Singapore, how do I win against Malaysia? It's actually, no, how do we continue to keep the investment coming into Indonesia, Malaysia, and Singapore, and not to India or not to Japan, right? And I'm not saying that if anyone is working in those areas, that's great too. Like I said, we work across multiple markets, but it's just from that perspective as Sajori, right? That's what I would be thinking about as a regulator.
Perfect. I want to kind of close on the regulatory side on any comments on kind of active steps that each country could take to encourage the mutual collaboration. And then also, obviously, community is coming up again and again, especially in America. The last panel touched on it quite significantly. How are all of those countries working with their communities? Johan, should we start with you on those two questions?
Yeah, so I think the good thing is at least the scale of development, at least on the Indonesian side, is probably still less significant to have that effect on community impact, right? Especially like in the US, basically like 1 kilometer from a decent suburb, you build like a massive campus, right? The development in Indonesia at least still focus on industrial areas, which communities has already priced in that type of nuances, right? In Batam, including, there have been also noises about water issue competing, power generation. But I think in reality, those problems are existent even before that, right? So I think the nuances that at least have a noise in Indonesia, a little bit in Malaysia, definitely nothing in Singapore, is very different from what's happening in the US. It's very different. But having said that, I think we are anticipating some issue or noises, especially on the infrastructure competition, right? This is where the national grid, the national water company, or even the local regional companies need to really make sure that the either investment or either their outputs going to these facilities are fair, right? Because I think there are a lot of complaints in the US, for example, because electricity prices going up, the water utilities prices going up. So I think in Indonesia we usually have a tiering tariff, etc., that needs to be managed. I think we have spoken to some of them and to manage that. I think right now it's still not yet the issue, but I think we have to anticipate. I think now at least the power, PLN is anticipating, so that's why they want to distribute power fairly, right? Because right now they're really doing due diligence who take the PPA, right? Because what they don't want, I'm committing 500 megawatt and they only use like 50 megawatts, right? So the 450 may need to be used in industries or in the residential area. They don't want to, make sure that this power distribution, especially if they need to build one, right? So I think that's where they really have put in more work and put in more detailed diligence on this kind of thing. And I hope, going forward, the other type of resources, especially the water, can be, put at to that higher standard.
Andrew?
I think in terms of that, I think the solution is, sort of threefold in a way. That government-to-government relationships, the regulations that you put in place, and also the private solutions. I think those three aspects needs to come together. I think from a sort of energy/resource perspective, sort of cross-border, as long as the transaction or the benefits are relatively equal, let's say, for instance, if Singapore is piping in water, I think they do pipe in water from Malaysia, or if they need to pipe in power from, I don't know, a solar project in Batam, then as long as it's sort of equitable, and those projects in themselves are equitable, and then both parties, can win. So I think it is, as long as it's a sort of win-win perspective for everyone, then then life's much better.
I don't think I have a ton to add that the other panelists didn't cover. I will say, though, I do worry about the community engagement piece. And I said this on a panel yesterday. It is definitely not to the point, the NIMBY that you see in movement that you see in the U.S. for sure. I think it's still a bit of a far journey to get to that point. But we are hearing more things, and I think certainly in places like Australia, but even here in the Sajori, Malaysia, Johor in particular, you're getting a lot of pushback on not just, it may not be prices, but it's, hey, we have all these people are saying they're investing so much money, but where are the jobs, right? Compared to the size of the footprint and the land that they're taking up. We say all this money's coming in, but all I see is that I have noise 24/7 while something's being constructed, or someone dug up my road because they're laying fiber and they didn't, they don't have to restore it to the how they left it, so they're just going to leave it, or they're not going to listen when I have to drive across my driveway, right? Or drive into my my apartment, whatever that may be. I think that we as an industry need to come together to make sure that for the sake of the longevity of our and the investability of these markets, that we're engaging the community with all of these large dev projects. And I think that's a joint effort, right? That's whether you're a customer or a partner or competitor, I think it's on all of us to come together to just ensure that our industry is doing this a responsible way, and we're doing it for the long term, because these assets are going to be here for the long term. We're not just doing this for a 3-year cycle or a 6-year cycle, right? These are long-term investments that are going to fundamentally change the world, and so I think it's really important that we educate and engage the community accordingly.
Definitely, I think that we're here to stay. So I think, as you say, it's really important to work with these communities globally. Just to round us out on Sajori, and then I'm going to quickly pose some questions on the kind of international stage. Obviously, Sajori is now being watched globally. It's kind of a living experiment almost. If it succeeds, it proves that cross-border public-private ecosystems can solve the power and land crunch. But if it gets bogged down in the red tape, it suggests that geopolitics will always cap regional digital growth. Serena, my next question would be to you on, can Sajori become a repeatable blueprint for regional integration, or does it reveal the limits of Southeast Asia's digital ambition?
Oh yeah, we do believe that this is replicable, as given all the examples that I'm sharing just now. But I do acknowledge that given all the discussions we having just now, there are challenges remains, and we need to tackle them all together. But before me sharing more examples, I would like to give a bit more background on us as a DC operator. So Bridge Data Centers, we are actually one of the top 3 hyperscale DC operators in APAC in terms of in-service capacity, and we have close to 2 decades of experience across Malaysia, Thailand, and Singapore. So we have always been committed to promote those replicable and innovations in technology to help promote the sustainability across borders with repeatable solutions. Well, in addition to the energy solutions we have shared just now, we are also the first in Southeast Asia that introduced this prefabricated construction model into Malaysia that helps to cut 40% of the construction time comparing to the traditional methodology. And addressing to the point on water resources, we have always been focusing on that. We are the first one in Malaysia that introduced this water treatment plant in our campus that helps to convert effluent water into water that is suitable for cooling system, and that helps to reduce the competition between the domestic household on the potable waters. Well, Singapore has also reached to us, Singapore authorities have also reached out to us and showing some interest, and we are actually working together to explore the feasibilities to deploy across borders, and we do think if other countries are interested, we can always do that similarly. Yeah, we can explore. Yeah. So yeah, we do believe that this is replicable across borders, through the right partnership with the innovation of technologies, and we Bridge Data Centers as a DC operators, we are actually executing on that to help. Yeah, thank you.
Excellent, and I want to hear from the other panelists on this question as well. Can kind of a mutual economic relationship be formed amongst other countries in APAC? And if so, which countries are best positioned to do that?
Maybe I'll go next. Right? I think definitely expandable, right? I think the Sijori is actually a relatively small, right? I think I can see it. I mean, even from a couple of players, maybe Bridge or others, have seen that this relatively smaller circle have become bigger, right? Maybe going south to Jakarta and going north, KL in Thailand. Maybe at future point goes to Vietnam. So when you say the expansion will be in a natural distance first, right? Because again, latency, right? That's the game. And then the operational mode or the operational way to do things can be replicable, right? So you have managed this thing in Sijori region, and you want to expand, right? That's where when people like the data center operators will work with people like NOAA, right? To expand their connectivities, maybe easier towards the land, but again, I think the connectivity will go both land and subsea for a lot of different reasons, right? The cost and also the latency plus the redundancy altogether. So I think that's where we think a very natural progression. And I think the economic cooperation or again integration can play a different role. I do think like all those countries that I mentioned is still within an ASEAN countries, which they do have a close cooperation. Again, still balancing the tension between cooperation versus competition. As I mentioned, is very natural. So I think the region is definitely expandable. I do think practically it has expanded since last year, most probably, and it will continue to expand. And again, I think given the similarities and despite the differences, the way to operate, I think the way they operate during the Sijori period can be replicable to this bigger circle, basically.
Andrew, Noah, how are you kind of thinking about how countries can work together in APAC, or which countries are best poised for growth? Obviously, we've talked about Australia, India, Japan. where are you looking at?
I guess the sort of first question or previous question was around, can Sajori be replicated? I think from that latency perspective, it's extremely difficult to replicate that. The core benefits of these markets being, potentially sub 2 milliseconds, proximity. But there's only so much resource, within, Singapore and even in those Batam and Johor markets. So I think there is naturally that spillover to other markets. We see that in our requirements actually going more towards KL. Immediately very large requirements going there. I'd say for the larger deployments, there's very much competition from, Japan, Australia, extremely attractive markets from a risk standpoint. Obviously, very stable environments for investors to plant their money, put their chips. This is extremely large capex, and there's all the sort of Five Eyes alliances that these markets have. So I would say the Sajori area needs to look beyond just the immediate barriers or region, geographic distances, and look at the strengths of other markets and how they can compete with the likes of Japan and Australia and beyond. So that would be my perspective.
I think the geography makes it difficult to replicate in any other areas in Asia. I mean, maybe there's a case to be made for South America. I'm not sure. We're pretty far away from there. But I think in general, the one advantage that Sajori has, and not to get too geopolitical here, but that maybe some of the India or the Australia, Japan may not have, is I think the neutrality in terms of garnering or attracting investment from sort of everywhere in the world, right? Singapore in particular has made its sort of claim to fame as being that place where enterprise can go to thrive, and it doesn't necessarily matter the geopolitical affiliation. And I think that you can replicate that, and you can take that concept across the Sajori region, and you can probably get amplification of the attractability of that investment. And I think that if you can do that and then do what Johan said and extend it further within each country, particularly in Indonesia and Malaysia, I think you'll be in a pretty good spot.
Excellent. And we've only got a few minutes left, so I just want to kind of close it out with a bit of a kind of crystal ball question to you all. Doesn't necessarily need to be on Sajori. Someone yesterday spoke about data centers in space by the end of the decade, which was interesting. So obviously going much further out than just Sajori. If we were to kind of meet in 2030, what do you think we'd be talking about? Serena, should we start with you?
Well, for me, I think the challenge is still resources coordination. For example, power and water. It's actually, like we mentioned just now, it's the speed to market. How do we, the demand is there, right? The question is, how do we make our physical infrastructure to keep pace with this growth? And I don't think this falls responsibility falls under one party. As I mentioned just now, we do think we need to work together to conquer this challenge. Not only just the government, but regulators, but also the grid suppliers, the network providers, DC operators, the customers. All of us, we need to work together to conquer that. Yeah. Thank you.
I might be too realistic on this one, but feels 2030 is very long in this space. I wouldn't be surprised though to look at like maybe the proliferation of nuclear power plant, especially in this region. Maybe a bit in the middle of nowhere because we have less experience in this market, right? Even all the South Asian countries are less experienced about nuclear. Like in the middle of the Sumatra or somewhere that's perceived to be safe. Kind of like the higher latency type of deployment on data centers. Right? I want to say space, but I think nuclear type of mini grid seems to be a bit more 5-6 years down the road for me. Maybe too realistic.
Not my area of specialism, but I would be along the technology line as well in terms of 5 years out. I guess if restrictions in power around Sajori, maybe it's floating data centers. There's a lot of potential cooling around that aspect, and some projects underway. and I don't know, quantum computing. Let's throw that out there. We'll be 5 years down the track then, closer to that 10-year horizon that some people talk about. I think that'll be possibly on investors' horizons. Luckily, it's not on the horizon right now, but yeah, looking forward to those days.
I think it'll just be our AI versions of ourselves sitting up here, and maybe you in the audience as well, so we won't have to worry about it. No, I think in all realism, like I think the being able to have the right skill sets for the future and what that's going to require. I think there's a huge challenge of, okay, what do we need to be able to operate these businesses in 2030 and sort of as technology grows so fast. So I'll stop there. See, I think we're over time.
Well, Noah, Andrew, Johan, and Serena, thank you very much. Just before we close out, Serena, as host on this session, would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, on behalf of BDC, I would like to say thank you to everybody for being here at the last session of DCD Connect. And I would like to invite you to proceed at the end of the hall to our booth to collect a gift from us from Bridge Data Centers, and also enjoy the closing drink with us. Well, once again, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.